impact on women and girls is a serious human rights concern and comes at a steep cost, which cannot be overemphasized. This year, the UN Secretary General's message on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women starts off by underscoring the fact that violence against women and girls is the most pervasive human rights violation in the world. This is a strong reminder of the need for a human rights lens in approaching issues of SGBV. SGBV must be seen and addressed as a human rights issue, which is why a symposium such as the one being convened today is critical. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda's international and regional human rights commitments, including under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, including specific protections against sexual and gender-based violence, and a fundamental obligation for states to establish safeguards against sexual and gender-based violence that result from gender-based discrimination, is accompanied by other regional instruments such as the African Charter on Human Rights, Human and People's Rights, and its Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, all of which focus on issues around the dignity of women and their protection from sexual violence. It is important to recognize the efforts made by the government of Uganda to adopt laws and policies which also integrate these human rights also and sexual and gender-based violence. This to us signals the commitment of the government to ensuring the promotion and protection of the rights of women and girls, as the Constitution of Uganda provides for equality and freedom from discrimination, such as the Domestic Violence Act 2010, the prohibition of female genital mutilation against women and girls, fundamentally contravene these human rights principles of dignity, equality, and non-discrimination, contributes to the full realization of women's rights, including by ending sexual and gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are in very challenging times, especially with pandemics such as COVID-19, it is critical to intensify our efforts to work together to end SGBV, or to reflect on how we can apply a human rights-based approach across all the interventions we will need to take going forward. Under this approach, it is critical to ensure that all measures undertaken embrace human rights principles, including equality and non-discrimination. That as recommended following Uganda's Universal Periodic Review in January of 2022, inheritance and employment. In efforts to implement these Universal Periodic Review recommendations, we must also pay attention to women with disabilities, women living with HIV and AIDS, indigenous women, and other more vulnerable groups of women. From the right to equality, non-discrimination, education, health, participation, access to justice, to name just a few, it is extremely important for all stakeholders, lawmakers, judiciary, law enforcement, the private sector, academia, media, civil society, and development partners to approach the issues of SGBV from a human rights perspective. And the critical role played by women human rights defenders is equally an important area we must continue to build on. It is my hope that by the time we have another opportunity to reconvene, gains we would have made in addressing SGBV as a human rights issue. As I conclude, I want to once again thank the Uganda Human Rights Commission for its great efforts in organizing the symposium, and to recognize again the generous contribution from our donors that has made this work between the Uganda Human Rights Commission, the UN Human Rights Office, UNFPA, UN Women, under the UN Human Rights and Gender Advisory Group possible. I would also like to again reiterate the commitment of the UN Human Rights Office in Uganda to continue working together with all stakeholders towards enhancing the promotion and protection of the rights of women, including by ending SGBV in Uganda. Thank you all for your kind attention, and I look forward to the fruitful deliberations.
Thank you so much for those remarks on behalf of the UN Human Rights Office in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the head of cooperation at the Embassy of Sweden in Uganda, Ola Hallgren, to speak on behalf of the embassy.
Thank you so much. Right Honorable Anita Mong, Speaker of Parliament. Right Honorable Betty Ongong, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Right Honorable Lady Justice Okalanji, International Crimes Division of High Court of Uganda, UN Resident Coordinator Susan Ngongi, along with country representative and deputy representatives of UN embassies, representatives also from Uganda Human Rights Commission, and we also heard that there were regional directors present in the room, government officials, civil society, private sector representatives, academia, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. Since I arrived here in the country 4 years ago, I learned a very good word, namely all protocol observed. I will take that back to Sweden when I return. My name is Ola Holgen, and a good morning to you all. Well, as we've heard, today we have come together at this high-level symposium on sexual and gender-based violence that is key to commemorate the International Human Rights Day that we also have heard is tomorrow. But for being a Saturday, this event is held today. This also marks the day, the end of the 16 days of activism against sexual and gender-based violence. And I think if we ever needed a reminder why this theme is important, and the theme also here, SGBV is a human rights concern, we got that in the very impassioned, insightful and clear-sighted keynote address that we all heard earlier. This year, this period of activism have included a number of high-level meetings and engagement with Parliament of Uganda, with important discussions on GBV. A strong focus has been on the high incidences of teenage pregnancies and child marriages in Uganda, especially during and as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. One sign of the commitment of Parliament is, I think, the oranging of the Parliament that you might have seen in the press. And earlier this week, we were also heartened to note that the Deputy Speaker of Parliament pledged to ensure funding from government towards shelters for protection of GBV survivors. Currently, yes, worthy of an applause. Currently, I understand Uganda has 20 shelters supported in partnership with the government of Uganda and the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Shelters are but one part, but a very critical part of a holistic approach to when addressing violence against women and girls. Really important step. Sweden, as part of Team Europe, has for decades been a large donor to Uganda in the areas of democracy and human rights, health, gender, and economic empowerment, very much including women's economic empowerment. Between 2016 and 2019, according to the Uganda Annual Crimes Report, we could see a relatively steady decline of sexual and gender-based violence cases in Uganda. However, as we all know, 2020 and 2021 presented unprecedented incidences of gender-based violence, with domestic violence increasing by as much as 29% and defilement by 3.8%. While these incidences presented a challenge to the government and all stakeholders, I think there were also a call for action. It presented an opportunity for us all to reevaluate our approaches and ways of working together to eliminate gender-based violence. One obvious conclusion, not a new conclusion, but reaffirming rather a conclusion, was that eliminating gender-based violence requires not only a dedicated approach, but a holistic approach, a multidimensional approach, and a multi-sectoral approach, something that, again, was very, very well put in the keynote address, I think. With this in mind, allow me to thank all stakeholders across various sectors, including the justice, education and health sectors that have worked and continues to work tirelessly to address gender-based violence cases and their impact. In particular, I would like to commend the judiciary and the Uganda police force and the ODPP that have investigated, prosecuted and presided over GBV cases, providing justice to survivors and sending a strong message to perpetrators. With support from the UNFPA, a total of 14 sexual and gender-based violence sessions were held, through which 700 cases were handled. Important, again, we heard about the backlog in the judicial system being a big problem, and efforts such as this, of course, need to continue and need to continue in greater scale. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend the government of Uganda for the efforts made towards supporting integrated sexual reproductive health, HIV and gender-based violence prevention, and to response services. Also for commitment to promote gender equality and by adapting domestic laws and policies and several international treaties. We now must focus on implementation, of course, and enforcement of the policy document that have been developed here in Uganda and those international policies that Uganda is signatory to. We call upon and look forward to the government to pass relevant laws which will enhance access to justice for SGBV survivors, including the Witness Protection Law, the National Legal Aid Bill, the Sexual Offences Bill, and the Human Rights Defenders Bill. For Sweden and for the European Union, elimination of gender-based violence and access to SRH are our key priorities. And equality between women and men and leaving no one behind are key components of the EU's foreign policy. We pledge our continued support to this cause and in this work, engagement is crucial. Real change will never happen unless everyone is involved and in changing the attitudes and norms that are the root causes of much of the violence that we see. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to thank the Uganda Human Rights Commission for the work it does to ensure the protection and promotion of human rights for all in Uganda. In particular, we thank Uganda Human Rights Commission for its consistency in producing annual reports on the state of human rights in the country and for highlighting GBV as a human rights concern in line with the theme of this meeting. It is our sincere hope that the capacity of the Ugandan Human Rights Commission will be further enhanced. We call upon the government and relevant stakeholders to provide the necessary financial and technical support to enable it to fulfill its important mandate. Last but not least, coordination. Sweden and the European Union will certainly continue its extensive engagement in this area in the years to come, and we look forward to work together with each, and I think there was a very good expression used in the keynote address, fellow combatants in the war to bring an end to all forms of violence against women and girls by the year 2030, as stipulated in the SDGs. We look forward to the deliberation. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Combatant Ola, for those remarks. Indeed, we are all combatants from here. We go face the war head on. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me take this very, very rare and singular honor to now invite the UN resident coordinator, Her Excellency Susan Ngongi Namondo, to speak to us. Your Excellency, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. And before I start, I recognize the presence of the Human Rights Commission here. I recognize the presence of all government representatives with us, the intended presence of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Justices of the courts of Uganda, all the representatives of missions here, perhaps with a special mention to Sweden, not only for their long-standing commitment in this area, but for the incredible activism over the past 16 days. I also, of course, recognize all our civil society partners here with us, private sector, academia, traditional and religious societies, all of us, and standing on all protocols that have already been established. Good morning again. On behalf of the United Nations family in Uganda, I am honored for this high-level symposium on ending sexual and gender-based violence in Uganda. Tomorrow, of course, we commemorate International Human Rights Day, which marks the end of the 16 days of activism campaign. This year, the theme has been Unite, Activism to End Violence Against Women and Girls, which has focused on the need for all of us to push forward, to act now, to end the violence. It has been an incredible 16 days, during which we have seen Uganda's leaders using their platforms to amplify the voices of women and girls across the country, calling for change. The Speaker of Parliament and other members of the Ugandan Women Parliamentary Associations have oranged the Parliament, as we heard earlier, both literally and in leading the members of Parliament in a high-level dialogue on ending GBV. We have seen church leaders, including the Church of Uganda, holding services and prayers for solidarity to end GBV, and calling on faith leaders and all key stakeholders to renew their commitment to ending violence against women and girls. There have been parades, there have been concerts, skits, dramas, dialogue, truth-telling. It has been truly incredible and so much energy that I hope we will find some way of sustaining and not have it all disappear until we get to November 25th, 2023. So somehow, all of us, all this energy, let's find some way of sustaining it. We have already heard, but it bears repeating, gender-based violence is one of the most pervasive human rights violations globally, simply because of the numbers. We heard it in the keynote speech. We heard it from all the previous speakers. Most of those affected are women, and women are half of humanity. So it's the most pervasive of our human rights abuses. Over the last 16 days, and also from others, we have heard the figures that have been mentioned. The figure I have is that in 2021 alone, the Ugandan police force received over 16,000 reports of sex-related offenses, so a call every 30 minutes. And of course, we know this is underrepresented. And I think we've talked about also the impact of this violence, but something I want to stress is we know that violence is a reaction. And perhaps when in choosing, it's one of many reactions we could have to whatever situation we happen to find ourselves in. Violence is just one of them. And perhaps if we did what I would call truly looking at ourselves, how to choose better options. There is growing body of rigorously tested interventions that demonstrate that violence against women and girls can be prevented. But of course, it requires commitment from all of us and self-reflection on, self-reflection on how, and we do have many successful methodologies that have already been tested. We know that they work. One of those examples is the SASA methodology, and this has been proven to significantly reduce intimate partner violence. We need to meaningfully invest in scaling these types of models, reaching more communities, with long-term financing to affect real social norm change. And also find ways, this should not just be urban areas, how does it happen in our institutions? Among technologies that have been proven to be useful, adapted to all the different spheres and communities that we find ourselves in. I really think that's one of the big avenues that we should be looking towards when we talk about development results and development gains. So looking at the evidence, what else can we do? Also, and achieved without working in an integrated and well-coordinated manner across sectors. This includes effective systems and coordination to collect and analyze quality data. We have made progress in collecting data. However, of course, we all know that so much more needs to be done. And at the UN, we have prioritized this in our joint flagship area, data, working with UBOS and other national institutions. Over the years, we have also increasingly begun responding in a victim-centered way, and we should, of course, continue that. We need to be done with victim blaming and shaming, which is still very pervasive in our culture today. We need, every time we listen to a survivor's story, I think we all need to just automatically find ways of orienting ourselves towards listening deeply, believing that which we hear, and finding ways of supporting the individual. And this especially applies, of course, to those in the front line. How women and girls are received can really impact the quality of the service they receive and access to justice, which is key to ending impunity. The reception they receive can also be an incentive or disincentive, if mishandled, for future victims to come forward. I hope that many of you would also engage in the What Am I Wearing exhibition during these 16 days of activism. We have it here today, and we've seen it periodically through these 16 days. And really, it's just the belief that clothing, very false belief that clothing is a contribution to sexual assault. We need to foster activism in our communities, organizations, and institutions by encouraging a speak-up culture, to speak up when we see harassment, call out misogyny and abusive practices, speak up when we know that, there's abuse happening in a neighbor's home. Perhaps even more importantly, speak up when there's abuse happening in our home, because it's always easier to point to the neighbors and not really to talk about what we might be going through. Because as was mentioned before, all the problems that we see out there in society, of course, are reflected here. So a number of us are going through some of these challenges. We should just assume. Speak up and hold our institutions to account when we see systemic violations of the rights of women and girls, as we heard in the keynote address. Speak up when legislation comes before us that perpetuates stereotypes and inequalities, or when budgets don't match our rhetoric or values. There's a lot of power in speaking up, so hopefully we'll all find better ways of speaking up. The United Nations in Uganda has prioritized a holistic approach to eliminating violence against women and girls, as articulated in the UN Sustainable Cooperation Framework. And this is our framework jointly with the government of Uganda, 2021-2025. We have made progress through joint programs such as the Spotlight Initiative, which has been hugely successful, and the joint program on GBV and SRHR, among others. We will, of course, continue our joint work with partners in support of the efforts of government and all the institutions, the Ugandan Human Rights Commission, civil society, and other actors in terms of pushing for the end of this gross violation of the rights of women and girls. And one of the effects of this violation on the rights of women and girls, which I feel very passionately about, is that it really stalls our advancements towards our development goals. We really, if we can address this issue significantly, we would make so much more progress against our development goals. So on that note, I'm really happy we're having this symposium. I look forward to the discussions, although I might need to run away at some point. But I'm happy that we're having these discussions. It's important, and it helps us further our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those remarks. And indeed, we appreciate the partnership between the government Uganda, CSOs, and the UN family. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to go into the panel discussion. And to moderate this session of our first panel discussion is the Honorable Dr. Miria Rukoza Koburunga Matembe. Dr. Matembe is a seasoned legislator, you all know. If you didn't know, she has a bachelor's in law from Makerere University and a master's in laws from the University of Warwick. And she's been around in terms of human rights activism. Very prominent there. The doctorate. Oh, yes. And of course, the doctor comes with a doctorate in laws in that area. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Matembe. You're most welcome. Here, Honorable.
From there, then I come and sit properly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When I look at my watch, at this time our panel should be concluding. So in view of that, I want to recognize all the extensive protocol that has been clearly addressed by the previous speakers. And I want to welcome all of you at this important symposium. I want to thank the Human Rights Commission for inviting me to participate, probably because of my passion and role I have played officially and now continuously play unofficially in terms of promoting gender equality and women's empowerment and fighting against gender-based violence. For those of you who are my age, or probably older than I am, may remember around 1980s, when I actually called for castration of all those rapists and fighters, and for criminalization of marital rape. At that time, I tell you, men hated me. Men rose up, they really hated me, were angry with me, and in fact, including my colleagues in Parliament, I remember the Honorable Butajira called for my confinement in the mental hospital in Butabika because I could not have been normal, to say that. And what hurt me most was that in that parliament, my colleagues, the honorable women, nobody stood up to defend me. And you know, I was calling them saying, they were so scared to stand up and defend me. They only wrote small sheets. Be strong, we are with you. Just that. And when I walked out, they came running, Honorable, we are with you. I said, go and hang. How can you be with me and support me in quiet words when there is no action or loud talk? Eh? And the whole week, they would say, Matembe, they would put it there in these papers. You know, I have suffered media violence. The next day they would say, you know Matembe who never keeps quiet. This time she kept quiet, although all eyes were at her. The next paper would say, she said it, even if she keeps quiet. And the thing was so, people were so annoyed that for the first time, my husband also was not happy. So when I reached home the next day, she said, you are also becoming too much. I said, too much on what? He said, this castration. I said, you. I thought you are supposed to be my shield to lean on, my shoulder to lean on. Now you are also joining those who are traumatizing me. So poor man, he kept quiet. He talked because at office, he was also harassed. Your woman is becoming too much. And then, whenever you'd go to like Kampala Club here, the moment I walk in, men are so angry. They say, look at her. That's when I learned that actually men, all men, could be potential rapists or defilers. Otherwise, why were they angry when I'm talking in defense of their daughters, their sisters, their mothers, and that kind of thing? So, but I knew how to fight it through. So whenever I would enter into somebody's office, we talk after, I say, but you also, you scared us. I said, how did I scare you? Say, you wanted to castrate. I said, I thought you were a gentleman. You mean you are a rapist? And when it came to the next campaign, women rose up. Imagine women I was trying to defend. They were the ones who rose up. You would say, this one wants to castrate your husbands. And people are so angry. We can't vote her. But you know, God gives me strategies. And so I would see a huge man. I would ask, who has a daughter of 4 years, 5 years? Then I would pick a huge man there. I say, if you found that man on top of her, tearing her to pieces, what would you do? Then I would pierce him. I would cut with a panga. I would. Then I said, but I'm more holier than you, because for me, I would do what the word of God says. And I would quote to them, what does the Bible say? If any part of your body is disturbing you and making you sin, it should be cut off, isn't it? So, it gives me joy to see that all of you are now here with me, you know, with this struggle. Little did they know that I was actually prophesying something which would be coming and increasing. I was prophesying it, and probably if my scissors had been accepted, maybe this kind of increase wouldn't be where? Here. So I'm glad that today we are here to assess and analyze how far we've gone, what challenges us in this struggle, but particularly I'm so glad that we are here talking about these issues. And I want to believe that we are here with these passions because really our children, our girls are suffering. You see me, I stopped working long ago. I sit at my home, but I can get every other day, I get a call of a defiled girl, 14 years. Yesterday I got one of 9 years, defiled by Imam. In Wachiso, and I'm supposed to go and sort it out. And when I try to sort it out, the corruption, the policemen, they bribe, the right and left, and it is so frustrating. I'm actually emotionally traumatized by these sexual things. So today, I have the honor to chair a session which is going to help us see how far we've gone. And I'm going to call my panelists. We have Madame Evelyn Letio, Specialist UN Women. You can come, where are you? She's coming to talk to us about social norms as a pathway to ending sexual gender-based violence. You are welcome. Then we have Honorable Safia Narure, who is coming to address us. She's the chairperson of Equal Opportunities Commission. She's coming to address us on sexual gender-based violence, that it requires multi-sexual approach, what is working and what needs to be improved. We were supposed to have the Minister for Gender. And you know me, Matemba, I talk loudly and truthfully. How can't we have, that ministry has got, I think, 5 ministers. Why can't we have that minister or one of them coming here to tell us what they are doing? Because when we talk to ourselves, it doesn't do what? Help us. I challenge them to be serious in what they are telling us. They should come and listen to us here and then tell us what they are doing. Now, the third panelist is my friend, Her Excellency Dr. Roswitha Kremser. I may pronounce badly, but she's the head of Austrian Development Corporation. She's going to tell us about donor perspectives on addressing sexual gender-based violence in Uganda. What should be done differently? The fourth panelist is Madame Rachel Opondi Ogola, Gender and Human Rights Specialist, UNFPA. We have the fifth panelist, who is Mr. Julius Mukunda, the Executive Director, Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. At least we have there a man, but as usual, our measuring, you know, we say gender balance, but is it a measuring what? Ours is always the other way around. When you are measuring, when you put one woman, one man, that is gender balance. So I want to invite you here and thank you for agreeing to talk to this symposium. And now you can let me sit and we begin our serious discussion. Okay. Now, you are most welcome here, and you are so many, but your time is so limited. I think when I divided it, it is like 15 minutes per person, and we are already beyond hours, but it is not our fault. We must exercise our right to use the necessary minutes. And so I would like to begin with Madame Honorable Safia Narure, because she's running away for an engagement, so I'm not following this order. Honorable Narure, please, want you to tell us and want you to fit in the feet of the minister, because you are representing this minister, and we want you to tell us the multi-sexual approach that addressing sexual gender-based violence requires a multi-sexual approach. What is working and what needs to be improved? We are going to tell us what has worked in Uganda and how it will be improved.
Our guests are all protocol observed.
How do I put it off?
I'm delighted to be part of the panelists today when we are celebrating the UN Day, the 16 days, the climax of the 16 days of activism and the Anti-Corruption Day. Personally, before I joined Parliament, I felt like I missed Honorable Matembe. Because when we were at university, you know, the way Honorable Matembe was talking about issues, you know, she was like, you know, breaking through the wall. Then I said, oh, is this what activism means? So when I joined Parliament, I tried to fall into her footsteps, but I think I didn't measure up to the...
Continue, don't worry.
So today, the topic I'm going to talk about, under sexual, gender, and gender-based violence. You know, you have known me for always adding the word equity whenever we talk about gender. Basically because when you talk about gender, men and women, these are not homogeneous groups. They are so heterogeneous that we need to look at the nitty-gritties and the details, concerns of the different groupings of women and the different groupings of men. With the multi-sectoral approach, I would like to recall when I was doing my master's degree in human rights, one of my OGs is there. One of our professors was telling us that he was teaching us philosophy, that if there is peace in the village, there will be peace in the other levels, parish, sub-county, district, national, and international. But for me, analyzing that saying, I felt that if there is peace in somebody's heart, there will be peace in the home, then there will be peace in the village, then there will be peace at all levels. But why is SBGV? It is happening because some people don't have peace in their hearts. So, why am I saying this? In Africa, we are used to live a communal life, whereby if a child is born in a home, it is the responsibility of everybody to raise up that child safely, healthy, and well-educated. But you find that, like a doctor was saying, people defiling girls of 3 months. You remember the case of Mwanga? Yeah, that one, it was in Kawempe. You know, what kind of peace does that person have? The UN representative was telling us that, you know, violence is a reaction. Why do you react like that? So, if we are talking about the sectoral approach to end SBGV, we must first look at the setup in the family, at the setup of people's hearts, so that, you know, we can move ahead. We need not to be reactionary all the time. And maybe what has so far been done, by the, you know, what Honorable Matembe was used to say, I thought by this time, 2022, SBGV would have come to an end. But if it has not come to an end, then this means that all of us actors, we need to address these issues right from the home. Now, I wanted also, we are asking, how far have we gone? When these acts of SBGV happen, maybe before I got to that, I wanted to share with you a case that in East Africa, one of the countries of East Africa, which I will not mention, things like genital mutilation, we need to follow it up. Because people have known that genital mutilation maybe is prevented when a girl goes to school and so on, they have started doing it when these girls are still babies. So you can see the people's hearts. But I wanted to talk about the institutions which actually, where we got to report. When, for example, a rape case or a defilement case happens, the first instance we go to the village administration, because we have the LOC system. But I tell you what, if it is a girl with a disability, maybe she's blind, she's deaf, she could not even know that somebody is undressing to rape her. For a deaf girl, she cannot even make an alarm. But when you go to report that case at the village chief or the LC chairman, they can say, why are you bothering yourself? this is already, you know, a gone case. You know, even the person who raped her just helped her. Then the case ends there. The same happens when you advance these cases to the police. Sometimes you are frustrated because of maybe the girl is disabled and something like that. At police, what has been happening? Even I can combine police with courts. The accessibility, the acceptability, the affordability. You know, you fail to get accommodated at where you want to go and report these cases. So I'm happy for the work of the Uganda Human Rights Commission and Equal Opportunities Commission. We offer a very friendly environment for actually helping out even those people who cannot access justice. Corruption, as we are saying, today we are celebrating, I don't know why we are celebrating the day of corruption. Anti-corruption. Okay, we are celebrating anti-corruption. But how much are we spending? Can't we maybe look at what Mama Samia in Tanzania did, diverting that money of anti-corruption maybe to doing something more constructive? Anyway, but corruption is also one thing which actually prevents people from getting justice, especially the marginalized persons like those in hard-to-reach areas, the disabled, and so on. I would like to call upon those institutions, because we are addressing the issue in a much sectoral way. I call upon all those institutions to change the ways they're doing things so that people can access justice. I want to thank Parliament, Cabinet, and the President for passing a number of laws, which I will not enumerate, for passing a number of laws which actually are geared towards fighting SBGV. But what I would like to say is that we are talking about people participating in development. For example, Uganda has got a transformation agenda of getting people from poverty, subsistence to a money economy. If there is still SGBV, these things cannot happen. We have got these famous programs like the UWEP, Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, the Disability Grant, the Youth Livelihood Grant, and the Parish Development Model, where we want to exercise commercialization of agriculture and promoting export instead of importing. All these things will not happen. For example, if somebody has been beaten up, she cannot engage in productive activities. Yesterday I was reading a paper where His Excellency is actually traveling left and right. She has been to Vietnam, he's going to the US, he's going to UK. He's also exploring a market, just to explore market outlets for our products. But I'm telling you, SBGV still are staying with us, or people will not be productive, and these markets will not be exploited. So, what am I saying as somebody coming from Equal Opportunities Commission? SGB is one of the things which is seen as like small, lying in the details, but I'm saying one of my recommendations, because I'm not going to be here until the end, is that issues to do with SBGV must find their way in the plans of government, right from local government, MDAs, that is ministries, departments and agencies, and they must find their way in the plans and the budgets. Because unless we plan and budget for addressing these issues, they will never be handled. For us at the Equal Opportunities Commission, you know, right from as provided for in the Public Finance Management Act, we are the sole agency of government which does assessment of government plans and budgets to check on their gender and equity sensitivity. So I'd like to call upon all people who are deliberating here that kindly come up with those recommendations which can actually enrich our assessment tools so that we can address this issue of SBGV. I would like to end by thanking the Uganda Human Rights Commission for organizing this function and to give me an opportunity to talk to you. I thank the government of Uganda. I thank you, all of you, the participants, and I thank the people who actually fund our programs. Long live Uganda. Long live Uganda Human Rights Commission. Long live Equal Opportunities Commission.
This one. Okay, that one will talk. Yes, Madam Safia, we have listened to you, but I would like to hear something more because your presentation is what has worked, what has worked. Because I note that you acknowledge the passing of these laws. But for me, as a person who continues to face the fighting in practical terms, because people come to me, to what extent are these laws enforced? Because as far as I'm concerned, or I see, the laws are there, but they are not enforced. And the mechanisms for enforcing them and the funding for enforcing those laws to fight the virus is not done. So according to, what do you say? You can say, we've done this and it has worked, we've done this and it has worked, this has worked, but we still need to do that. I heard you say what we still need to do. But what we have done and has worked, I haven't got it clear.
Okay, I'd like to start by saying that we have the progressive laws. We have also agencies like, I've seen somebody, Mr. Nsubuga, who works with the torture agency. We have institutions in place, which actually both are government and private. We have them in place to fight this SBGV. We have got, like under Ministry of Gender, we have got shelters to shelter those people, but they are still very few. That's why, Honorable Doctor, I concluded by saying that we have done something which I cannot enumerate exhaustively. But what I'm calling for is getting all these concerns in the plans for local governments, because I started by telling you that the initial reporting of the cases is at the village level. Let us get the issues planned before in the plans of the local governments, in the plans of the MDAs, and they are also budgeted for, because anything which is not budgeted for will never be implemented. And that's why you have seen that we have had very good progressive laws, but they have remained on the law books without implementation. I remember sharing with you when I was in Parliament, for me, one of my initiatives was that let us get a provision in a law requiring gender and equity planning and budgeting. That, for me, that's, I see, one of the solutions. And you remember I told you I innovated the need for a certificate of gender and equity compliance. Let us use that provision in the Public Finance Management Act and in the Treasury Instructions of 2017 to make sure that we do not only talk about these issues and they remain here and they remain on paper, but let these issues get into the plans and the budgets, and then we follow up on the implementation. That's what I can say.
Thank you very much. Clap for her. She has defended the cause. Now I would like to invite Evelyn to talk to us on social norms as a pathway to ending sexual gender-based violence. And I want to guide it this way. Why is addressing social norms critical for GBV prevention and response efforts in Uganda? And number two, what are some of the ways in which UN has promoted change in social norms that perpetuate this vice?
Thank you very much, Honorable Matembe and fellow panelists. And maybe just to straight away go to your question, I would like to start by saying the previous speakers have elaborated on the comprehensive instruments, right from the global level to the national level in terms of what laws exist, what policies exist. We have spoken very articulately about the need to have integrated services. So, but despite these laws existing, despite these services existing, we still see that more than half of Ugandan women experience violence. We see that at a shelter, in a month, you have 10 cases of people reporting. And yet we know that violence is happening. So our big question is, why? Why are we not implementing these laws? Why are people not reporting even when services exist? But even when services exist, why are service providers, whether it's a doctor, whether it's a police officer, whether it's a judicial officer, sometimes not taking the issues of sexual gender-based violence seriously? And underwriting all that is the issue of social norms. It's because there is the unwritten that governs the way in which society operates. And that unwritten defines who has power, who doesn't have power, who should be treated with dignity, who should not be treated with dignity, who should do which work, who should have autonomy in terms of resources, who is entitled to rest, who's not entitled to rest. And those norms, we carry it forward. We carry it forward in our laws, and that's why even when we have laws, there are some provisions within it that are questionable. We recently had a sexual offences bill passed in Uganda, and one of the things that was contentious was the issue around withdrawal of consent. And all parliamentarians were up in arms and saying people should not withdraw consent. And where is that coming from? Because there is the norm out there that, you know, women, especially in marriages, cannot withdraw consent. We have had people go to police and police say, this is a trivial matter. It doesn't warrant us reporting. Go and be a good wife. Why isn't police taking that issue seriously? Because the norm normalizes violence. It's not a problem. And women can be beaten, and anyway, they are being corrected. So what are we saying about norms as a pathway to enjoyment of rights, to also, you know, ending violence and having women live in dignity? That these norms just kind of like provide the premises, the tools for abuse. They make accountability a challenge. They make women themselves accept it. And so unless we really tackle those norms and start to create new norms that refuse to legitimize violence, then it's going to continue. And so in the broad range of things that we're doing, we need to remember that addressing norms helps us to address the root cause of violence, the patriarchal systems and its tools that perpetuate violence. And it's through addressing those norms that we start to see laws, services, resources that really take the issue of violence against women very seriously. You asked a question around what have we done as the UN around addressing social norms. The RC made my life easier in her speech when she did say that there have been investments to implement tested methodologies out there that take communities through a process of change. Over the last 5 years, through the Spotlight, through the JPGPV, we have been able to work in about 20 districts in depth for 4 years to take communities through a process of change where they start questioning these norms and start developing new norms from the way in which people share roles, from the way in which people make decisions, so that right from the family level, there's the change that we are seeking to have. So they are rigorous, systematic, comprehensive methodologies out there that the UN has invested in. But is it enough? The last time I counted, we had 160-something districts in this country. If we're working in 20 districts or so, what is happening in some of those districts? And so I think it's about how do we scale up and how do we deepen the work that we're doing in some of these districts. We've spoken and elaborated about integration. And I think as a UN, we are trying to see how do we provide integrated GBV services, both in terms of prevention and response, so that there's the whole spectrum from laws to social norm change to service provision to data and things like that. And again, I think it's not all over the country. There's more need to work there. And finally, there is the work that we started doing with religious and cultural leaders in this country. We're beginning to see pronouncements that cultural leaders are making out there to say culture does not actually promote violence, but culture cherishes family, it cherishes harmony. But again, it is still, you know, very, very little. Not all institutions are on board, and beyond the pronouncements, we are yet to see how some of those practices, which actually people cite to promote abuse of women, can be changed long term. So very quickly, I hope I have responded to your question.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. You know, as I listened to her, it brought me to my usual thinking. When you talk of social norms, for me, when I came to fight this battle of fighting for women, I identified certain factors that actually cause that. And one of those big factors actually that affects us and undermine our equality issue is customs and cultural practices, which are embedded in people's minds. And what disturbs me is that any other culture and custom may change and advance, but when it comes to women, you know, they say, what about culture? At the beginning of my struggle, whenever we would debate, and I fix people, I fix them in a corner, and I'm about to defeat them for my cause, they would say, but what about culture? And therefore, I came to define culture as that thing which men resort to in a bid to win argument against gender equality and women's empowerment. Because that's what they used to bring. And then I'm so glad that you are talking to the religious leaders, because the second offender of women that causes us to suffer all this we are suffering is religious misinterpretation and misapplication. And I say it very clearly, it is not religion, it is religious misinterpretation and misapplication. Because they will tell you, oh, when a woman is beaten, and then they go to whatever, then they say, submission, submit, as if submit means subjugation. Eh? So all these things have got to be fought head on. Some of these things we need real, really challenging them very openly. And of course, now that religious people are beginning to understand, then we can continue to engage them to see how we break through these social norms, cultural practices, and so on. And women also, by the way, one thing I want to say is that women of this, the lower generation, I'm finding women below 40 and downwards, they have changed. They are no longer having the passion and that kind of thing we used to fight for ourselves. They are succumbing more. So I need to really, they need to reflect and question themselves. But anyway, now let me call our next presenter. I keep changing these things because I have a problem. My eyes will open. Our third presenter is my friend, Dr. Rose Witter. Your Excellency, you are going to tell us about the donor perspectives on addressing SGBs in Uganda. What should be done differently? In other words, you have listened to what is being done, and you will tell us what is a little bit of what is being done and how differently can we do it to manage to deal with this vice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And equally, I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you for welcoming me so warmly. I actually thought it was important for me personally to come and not to delegate. You also see that I don't wear an orange scarf because fighting against sexual and gender-based violence, I don't do it only 16 days, I do it 365 days. So you already see in my introduction that probably what you thought is not what you're going to hear. Austria, and so my task was to talk about the donor perspective, and as Austria, I can just say we're passionate about contributing to gender equality, empowering women and girls, promoting just, peaceful, and inclusive societies. And we do that because of a singular reason. It's in our constitution. In our constitution, in Article 7, it says, we, as a Republic of Austria, are committed to gender equality and promoting equality between women and men, in particularly by eliminating existing inequalities. And that's why, as Austria, we speak about it. In Uganda, we do so because we have included it in our country strategy. And when I look at this country strategy that we have for Uganda, I can always compare it to laws and other policies that Uganda has. And when we look at the Access to Justice sub-program of Uganda, which is basically the JLOS, Justice, Law and Order program that was there for 27 years, I heard. When you compare what is in the Austrian constitution and what is in the Access to Justice sub-program, it is the same. It's really the same. And that is why we are proudly supporting Uganda in its ways. We do so by supporting the government institutions, the judiciary, the UN family that is present here and those that are not present here. We support the judiciary and JLOS actors in various initiatives. And just one example is that we're supporting them with organizing specialized SGBV court sessions and the institutionalization of a specialized court system. And we do that actually with the 2 UN agencies that are sitting on this panel as well. We are really proud that this is the case. So as I said, in Uganda we have it enshrined in our constitution. In Austria we have that enshrined in our constitution, and Uganda as well, and I can read it to you, you all know it. Article 21 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda prohibits gender discrimination generally and enshrines the principle of equality before the law, regardless of sex, race, color, ethnicity, tribe, religion, political belief, or social or economic standing. This is no foreign document. That is the Ugandan constitution. And so when I thought about what should I bring as a different perspective, I actually was really troubled. Because why should the perspective be different from Uganda? Because the constitution is as brother and sister, equal twins. Why should it be different? And I have really reflected about it, and I say, when we talk about sexual and gender-based violence, I ask myself, when it comes to fighting SGBV, a woman goes to the police post and she's prevented to deposit her file because somebody is asking for corruption. So if a man wants to deposit a file and he's prevented because he's asked to pay for corruption, does he feel different? I don't think so. So, and when a girl is uncomfortable because she is called to be a witness in a rape case in front of a court, and that court doesn't have special procedures to protect her, is a boy that witnessed it, is he feeling different? And if a woman, for example, is prevented access to family planning because she says, I already have 5, and it's difficult for me to bring food to the table every day, is the man feeling different if he doesn't get his treatment? So I'm really thinking about it, and I was thinking about it, why and what is the difference that I should bring? And I was really struggling. So for me, and that's why I'm such a strong defender of women's rights, is because while you defend women's rights, you defend the rights of everybody, as you have also said. So really, you see that I truly had a struggle in bringing that different perspective. So personally, I am looking for passionate partners. This must be a passion. You look for partners that share this passion for women's rights, for human rights, and we have found them in many Ugandan institutions, civil society organizations, individuals in their own capacities, and we look for them, and that is how we try to bring change. Certainly there are still challenges, and I've talked about them. For example, how can we curb corruption that prevents women from depositing a sexual assault claim? How can we do that? Or how can we ensure women get access to justice? Which laws need to be amended? We have the Witness Protection Bill pending. We have the Legal Aid Bill pending. We have the Transitional Justice Bill pending, long overdue, acclimation of some of the darker times of Uganda. And first and foremost, we certainly have to end the cycle of violence against women and girls, and that is by bringing an end to impunity. We must stop impunity. And this is not only to support victims of crime, but is to bring the perpetrators to book, because that is how you end the eternal cycle of impunity. Now then, while you see me on this panel, obviously very different from others, we also have to think cultural norms. What are the cultural norms that we have that prevent us from moving forward? For example, child marriage. And I want to really challenge the perception that cultures must clash. I've been to all corners of this globe in my official capacity and as a tourist. And when I see a woman that is sad, is she sad in any way different in Tokyo than in Kampala? I don't think so. So we have to challenge that perception that cultures are not compatible. I think they are compatible because the feelings of human beings are the same. And that's why the perspective also of a donor must not necessarily be different than from the perspective of a Ugandan. So as you see, I'm avoiding the question that you put in front of me of what can be done differently. And so at the end, really, what we want as a donor and as Austria, because obviously I can speak only for myself, is we as Austria want to support letter by letter, comma by comma, what is in the Constitution. And that is what I read to you. That is what we want to support. And I can see that when I read the Constitution, it is even more daring than the Austrian Constitution. Speaking of, thank you. It is daring, and that is really what we want to support. And when I simply say is we want to support the women and girls We want them to be empowered. We want them to reach, together with Uganda, the middle income status. And there is one statistics that I always quote, is you have 2 teenage pregnancies, whether it was consensually or non-consensually, but you have 2 teenage pregnant girls. And one of them will never make it beyond digging in her own small garden. She will not be able to contribute to Uganda's vision. She will not be able to put all of you together to the middle income status. So that is what we want. I think we want the same thing. I think sometimes we put it in different words. And what I can say is what is in the Constitution, that equality in all those sensitive aspects that I have read to you, is that I can say there's no difference in the donor perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rosa. When she continues to talk of this constitution, I'm one person that feels so broken down. Because besides being one of the 21-member commission that collected all the views from Uganda to make a draft constitution, I was one of the CA delegates that really worked on that constitution, and I was finally one of the 20 members that legal and drafting committee that made sure that all I wanted for women was put in that constitution. And I want to tell you that women in Uganda, in the whole country as we traverse the country, were the 3rd enthusiastic group that made this constitution with all the enthusiasm, because they saw the constitution as is it the knife or the scissor that was going to cut the chains that tie them and keep them in bondage of suffering. But alas, once the constitution was made and finished, I tell you, that day I received that copy from the president, I almost did like that man Simeon in the Bible who said, God, I can go now, die in peace. But then like a woman, I remembered that woman Hannah in the same scripture, who instead of dying in peace, she said, I will go and mobilize people about Jesus. So me, I say I will stay and make sure that laws are made to translate this constitution into practice. But alas, the disappointment that I got, beginning with the land law, co-ownership clause, then going on marriage. Can you imagine? More than 60 years, women of Uganda, or people of Uganda for that matter, cannot secure the law of marriage and divorce through this parliament. Why? Because that is the very law, actually, that will determine the rights for the girl, for the woman who is married, the rights and responsibilities. It is fundamental to the whole issue of equality and women's empowerment. I don't know whether we shall ever see it through that parliament. And assuming we see it through, shall we see it implemented? So, Madam, Your Excellency, what should be done differently here is the enforcement and the implementation of the Constitution and the laws made thereunder. And what is lacking is the political will to ensure that that is done. And what he's telling us, actually, as long as women are not treated as full human rights as their counterpart, the men in this country, the violence, the whatever, will continue. But she tells us that if you people cannot come up and be passionate, if it comes breaking into wherever, then we could make a difference. Thank you very much. Rachel, please, can you come and tell us? Let me see what she's going to tell us. Madam Rachel, Opondi is coming to tell us about increasing vulnerabilities, COVID-19, Ebola, conflicts, and climate change. I can guarantee that she has a lot to tell us because these circumstances brought even new matters of violence. New matters of violence. When you have spoken, I will see what I can comment. But please tell us.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I'm happy you like my topic. And so I have an ally, so I'll not struggle to never to say much. So once again, my name is Rachel Apondi, as she has said. And I'm sure many people keep wondering, why do we talk about climate change when we are talking about sexual and gender-based violence? Maybe people are thinking I came from COP27 or something, but I didn't go there. I was just here in Kampala. Yeah, so while climate change really affects each and every one of us, it affects everybody, and I'm sure people in this room know that climate change affects people, but the impact is not gender neutral. The impact is different. So people who are most vulnerable are more affected by the impact of climate change, conflict, and pandemics. So these are three huge things. Yeah? You know, you can just discuss about impact of climate, impact of COVID, impact of conflict, but I try to put them together because while, as Evelyn mentioned, that the root cause of sexual and gender-based violence is based on inequality and unequal power dynamics, the issue of climate, conflict, and pandemics, they contribute to increased vulnerabilities. They exacerbate the sexual and gender-based violence, and how? Because, you know, most of the time, women and girls are responsible for taking care of families. How many of us here have come from a village? If you've ever come from a village, just raise up your hand. So it's like almost all of us came from a village, so meaning Kampala is not a village. Yeah. So, you know, most of the time women are involved in, you know, fetching firewood, fetching water to bring at home, or going to get vegetables from the garden. And when climate change issues affect this, then there is no water, there is drought, they have to walk long distances to get this water, and this really put them at risk. Imagine a 10-year-old girl who has to go and fetch water maybe 15 kilometers away from her home and then bring back, you know, water for her family to use. This girl is exposed to violence. You heard our moderator saying here how, you know, the way is not really safe for women, yeah? So they get exposed, they get violated. If this girl is violated, her chances of getting pregnant have also increased. When she gets pregnant, her chances of dropping out of school have increased. She's most likely to drop out of school because she's pregnant. Now she's an adolescent mother. And so as a result, even her chances of, you know, having meaningful or gainful employment in future have reduced. So that's climate change. Same to conflict. When conflict occurs, you know, the social protection systems become weak. There's no police. This multi-sectoral structure that we are being told here stops to exist. And so there's no one to take care of women and girls and children and their issues. So this really puts them at risk. And as a result, the risk of getting into marriage when you are a child also goes high. When you are refugees, some of the times parents think that when they marry off their children in the refugee settlements, then their children are safer. Because you are in a strange country, you know, you're not sure whether your girl is going to be safe. So all this really put women and girls really at risk of sexual and gender-based violence. When women are not able to provide, you know, economically, or the families are economic pressures hit them, then the exposures to risk, even as a family, there are issues of mental health come in, yeah? And you all know how mental health is associated with violence. Yeah, so all these issues they really exacerbate women and girls' risk to sexual and gender-based violence. And so in Uganda, we've seen this really. There were floods recently in Mbale. It even flooded the town. You saw people lost their lives, you know, people lost their homes, they were displaced. You've seen the pictures in Karamoja, the drought in Karamoja. So people have lost their lives because of their starving. And all this really get back to sexual and gender-based violence. It exacerbates because it pushes women to go for, you know, to look for money through, you know, sex and all that. So really, these are really issues that now that we have a chance really to amplify issues of sexual and gender-based violence during the 16 days of activism, I believe it is important that we also highlight issues that really exacerbate and put women really at risk of sexual and gender-based violence. The Uganda Human Rights report for 2021 highlighted teenage pregnancy as a human rights concern. And the teenage pregnancy rose because of COVID-19. I'm sure all of you here got the news. There are placards going here of, like, it said 1,052 teenage girls were getting pregnant daily during the COVID pandemic. So, you know, it rose. Girls get pregnant every day. But during the pandemic, it really went high. So, yeah, so we need to really, as we talk about these issues, we really need to think about what are these issues that really put women and girls at a higher risk of sexual and gender-based violence, and what can we do really to protect women now that we know? What can we do to build resilience to protect women and girls from gender-based violence? So you didn't ask me many questions, so do I just continue talking?
You have, yes, you are telling us, and the question which was coming is, having seen all this, what is UNFPA doing? What has it done? And what recommendations do you give to government that we, in your perspective, should do, which they've not done?
Okay, thank you so much. So at UNFPA, we respond through advocacy. So, and this is a platform really for advocacy, to let people know that these issues of climate change and COVID really exacerbate the risks for sexual and gender-based violence. So that is one of our role, what I am doing here today, advocacy. So then people would be able to know that these issues are real and what to do about them. And then the other thing that UNFPA is doing is influencing policies and laws. And particularly during COVID-19, UNFPA supported, remember at the beginning, everybody concentrated on COVID-19. There was a national task force on COVID-19. People forgot about SGBV, people forgot about sexual and reproductive health, because people were just focusing on, you know, how do we get to know the people who have COVID, how do we protect them, how do we treat COVID? And so as a result of, there were guidelines that were developed for response to COVID, but there was nothing on sexual and gender-based violence. But with support from our donors, I'm pleased to say, like the Austria here, we managed to influence and ensure that issues of sexual and gender-based violence were included in the national response and for COVID-19 response. So then issues of sexual and gender-based violence were also being addressed as much as the issues of COVID were being addressed. So that's also another role, influencing laws and policies. UNFPA, we also support generation of data and evidence to inform policy and programming. And in that area, we have worked around to, UNFPA has supported production of the data on magnitude of teenage pregnancy during COVID-19, which has been used widely. I'm sure many people, if I ask people again to raise their hands, some you'll see hands going up again. And this data really supports in planning, advocacy, because we need evidence. We need people to see that it is true 1,052 girls are getting pregnant daily, and then get people to act around. So that's also another role of UNFPA. So UNFPA also works with partners to ensure that that there is provision of quality GBV services for the survivors. And to that, we have also worked with with the jailers, really to support the special sessions that deliver access to justice to survivors. So we also work around area of ensuring services to the survivors. So I'll quickly run to recommendations. I also want to keep time. I don't want to be the one who's, so about 2 or 3 recommendations. So my recommendation, number 1, will go to the government. Really, we need to ensure that issues of climate change and conflicts are integrated or mainstreamed within the different policies. I was shocked to find out that there's a National Climate Change Policy 2015. This policy really mainstreamed gender issues and SGBV issues in the policy. But when you read the National Policy for GBV Policy 2016, it doesn't even have a word climate in it. So meaning the other members have mainstreamed, while the people who are really, their main mandate is GBV, they have not mainstreamed climate change issues into their policies. So it is important that this is really mainstreamed, not just pushing other sectors to mainstream, but it should be both. So that's my recommendation, number 1. Recommendation number 2 goes to the CSOs, because I know we have a number of CSOs within here. Many people don't know about the issues of climate change and how it affects GBV, how it is impact on SGBV. So we need the CSOs to come out and create this awareness within the communities, so people know, and people know what to do and how to really prevent this. Then my 3rd recommendation, I think, goes again back to the government. We are today talking about the International Day of Human Rights. This is part of celebration of the International Day of Human Rights. A lot of international instruments have been mentioned here, from the keynote address. Everyone is talking about this. But one thing that just needs to be done, if the government really can fulfill the commitments to human rights, the commitments that the government has made, then most of these things we will not be talking about them. So really, there's that need to fulfill the commitments. I know the commitments are known at national level, but at the decentralized level, really they don't know much. Does the district local government know about these instruments? Do they know about these policies? So really we also have a role there to build their capacity and to ensure that they know this and they are able to implement. I think those are my key 3 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I think you have heard as to how these changing circumstances also affect the issue of sexual and gender violence. But I want to emphasize the COVID, what COVID-19 did. I don't know. While the other people were giving us addresses every day on the issues of COVID, I personally, with no job, with nothing, but I was suffering almost every day running. We even established to UGANDA a shelter where by the end of COVID, I think we had 200 women through there of gender-based violence, and then young girls, being this thing which has come, which we must have a new recommendation. I don't know. The Ministry for Ethics and Integrity should have been here. I don't know where they are. Because surely, talk of norms, the values, human values of human beings have gone. I don't know what has happened. But many of the cases we are getting at that shelter, and which I continue to get now at my own home, no office, but they always come, and I have to run up with them, are the issues of incest. I don't know what has happened to the fathers. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. At times I tell men, when I look at such kind of things, forgive me, men. By the way, I'm married. I have a husband. Don't think I hate men, and I have 4 sons. I never got a daughter, therefore I love men. But at times I wonder, when one time I was wondering why men can really do such a thing. somebody sleeping with a daughter and making her pregnant, I looked at the Bible and I found actually that men were created immediately after creating animals. And I thought that something, somewhere, I think, they were nearer there, and it entered them. And that's why the woman was created to improve now this kind of a person. But surely what is happening, recently I have a case of a doctor. Can you imagine a doctor making her daughter, sleeping with her daughter of 15 years, and eventually making her pregnant, and telling her when periods don't come, and giving her tablets to swallow. And this girl was in class at Weranyanji Senior 3. She's seated in class because she has swallowed these pills. The blood just powers all over the place. And poor girl is taken to the hospital, and poor girl, and then the other Simanyi stepmother comes and they stand surety for this man, and corruption takes place, and the man is released on bail. And you can imagine if this man is a doctor, gynecologist, how many women has she raped in terms of, you know, testing them. Some women are raped by gynecologists, but they keep quiet. Yes, we know these things. So you can see what is happening. And then what else has increased is child marriages. Because of COVID, men feared that their girls were going to be made pregnant for nothing, and yet they could fetch bride price from them. And so they started marrying young people, 14 years, 13 years. If you visit me, I will show you. At one time, I was so passionate that I went to the family where the cows were delivered, 12 cows in exchange for a 14-year girl. I locked her in my house, and we went and got those cows. We arrested the parents, and they arrested the parents of the boy. The boy ran away. I didn't find. Imagine a graduate from Nakawa University here, and you go to your parents marry you a girl of 14 years. Isn't that crazy? I went and got the cows. I put them in prison, and I got the cows and returned them to the parents of the father. And the girl is with me now. She calls me Kaka. She's going back to school, and this term she got first grade. Say, Kaka, I have first grade. That is the kind of passion we are talking about. That you go in, if things can't work, you go in. So that is some kind of new type of violence. Please, men, I don't know what's wrong, what animals goes into these men that they can do such kind of thing. And I have a number of them. So men go, and we are having a man here, you will tell us one of these reasons. And actually he's the last to speak. Maybe he'll make a comment on those things. So the challenge is really big. And now may I invite, where are my glasses? You know, these are shadows, they don't see. Now at that note, I would like to invite Mr. Julius Mukunda, the Executive Director, Civil Society Budget Advocacy. She's going to talk to us about the status and impact of financing for SGBVs in Uganda. But remember also to make a comment on those things which are happening.
Thanks, Honorable. Thanks, Uganda Human Rights Commission for this event. I know I'm between a hungry stomach and lunch, so I'll try to make my time less painful as I finish. My topic is on the status and impact of financing SGBV in Uganda. Honorable Matemba, I think I tried to look for these numbers in the budget, and I didn't find them. I wanted to know how much money are we spending on GBV. And for us, when we say don't find it, it's because when you make a percentage of the national budget, it becomes like 0.000001. So it becomes so negligible in terms of how much we are really spending. I mean, for example, is access to justice, 5.2 billion for everything around access to justice. So you can't even say this is just specifically for SGBV. If you go to Uganda Police Crimes Prevention and Investigation, They have 159 billion for the whole country for so many other things, including SGBV. If you go to Equal Opportunities Commission, again, 14 billion. So really, you find that the public funding that we have to address this monster is so limited. And let me say it from the beginning. It's not because we don't have money. No. The money is there, but it is doing different things. Other important things, if I can put it in quotes. And I have always demonstrated that anything important to a nation, funding will come first. If today an important person dies, money will appear even if it was not in the budget. If today you hear that there is a bomb blast here, I can tell you money will appear even when it is not in the budget. If you hear an important person has been kidnapped, let me tell you, the police flying squad will be on your case, and you don't want those people to be on your case because they are highly funded, highly trained to tackle those kind of crimes. Because that is a very important part of and a priority to government. I will not talk about how much we spend on our parliament on a daily basis, or how much we spend on the State House, or how I can tell you is that it's not because we don't have money. Ladies and gentlemen, just hear me. It's because of the priorities we set in this country. And if we really want to fight some of these monsters we talk about on a daily basis, in the budget, it just can't be bare answer. We've done a lot on the policy and legal framework. I can tell you most countries come here, take it, and go and implement it very well, and it works well without even changing a dot or a comma. And therefore, our work should be in two major areas, and I think this is what I would, but of course, there is little that has been done. We can't deny that. We have a toll-free center. I was amazed. 800-199-195. You call it. It's called the National Command Center, where victims of sexual and gender-based violence can call and you are assisted. We know we have trained a number of people on how to deal with to handle these cases. We have shelters. These are not enough. But for me, is we need to invest resources in two major areas. One, in prevention. Prevention, and everybody's talking about why is SGBV happening? Because we need to look at these causes and ensure that they are addressed. For example, can we ensure that all our children go to school but also finish school? Because if you find that not more than 30% of your children do not transit from primary to secondary, you have a big problem. In fact, in some regions like Karamoja, it is even less than 20%. So where will the rest go? The issues of early marriage, the issues of sexual violence, so many things happen. But as a government, if we ensure that our children really complete the education system, that is one way of addressing some of the areas we have. The biggest part also is mindset change. This is an area I thought mindset change was chakamuchaka those days. But I can tell you it is for real. Educating our parents and the cultures we have been talking about, the misinterpretation of the Bible we have been talking about, the changing of mindset among our communities is very critical. We need resources in that particular area. The problem we have when you say change of mindset, of course, is about these other business of political campaigns, but I think we need to work out how we ensure that our parents, the whole community, the public is aware about these dangers and how we can be able to prevent them. Economic empowerment, and this is just one example I give. If you talk about Kampala here, just security lights. Streets that have no security lights will not have businesses on them, especially ladies who are doing market work in the evening. By 4:30, everybody has packed and gone home, simply because it is more risky at night to conduct any businesses. And the same goes to or other sectors of the economy. So prevention, investing in prevention, Honorable, is very key and very important. The second one is enforcement. We need to fund enforcement, and I think this is what has been coming out most of the from my panelists. Why is it that that policeman is not handling the case the way they are supposed to do it? Simply because of corruption. How do we ensure that we deal with corrupt elements within our society? This is the job not for government, but for all of us. If we can't do that, then we have a problem. The other part is funding the gender machinery. I would hope the Honorable Minister would be around here. One way of weakening an institution to do its mandate is to give it less money. And I know the Human Rights Commission will tell you that. If you don't have enough money, you're not going to hear cases. If you don't have money, you won't go out to investigate. If you don't have money, you can't even write a report. That's why when you go to police, they will tell you, please bring a pen, bring a paper. Do you even have a camera so that they can write for you? Never blame them. They don't have that simply because of the limited resources that they do have. So they will prioritize and do other important elements. So advocacy for ensuring that we have adequate resources for for the Ministry of Gender, Equal Opportunity Commission is very critical and very important. Lastly is fighting corruption. I think for me is corruption, when we say fighting corruption, it's because this is a monster that is eating our society and has led to these other circumstances happening. We cannot stop sexual and gender-based violence because of the corrupt tendencies we have into the system. Not only people bribing, but also even the little resources that should have gone down to be utilized properly. Because if you say we have the COVID, now there is this COVID audit report in the Parliament, which people are even failing to put it out publicly because it is so bad. Those resources, some of it were supposed to be used, some of it provide food for people who are not moving about, and probably once they started moving around to look for food, they were having those kind of problems. So corruption is very key. Corruption is an important element that we need to fight. And if we fight that, we know we shall also be stopping gender-based violence. Honorable, I know lunch is ringing, and I wouldn't want to delay more people, but all I say is thank you so much for inviting me, and we look forward to partnering with you in any way, especially in ensuring that we implement one important element, which is called gender-responsive budgeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. That was a good ending to our panel, because he's really telling us that we may talk until is it cows or pigs or goats come home, but as long as the priority of our government is completely different, and the whole issue of gender equality and women's empowerment is at the lowest in terms of priority, we shall talk and talk and talk and achieve nothing. And I do agree with him. And as long as corruption and high levels of moral decadence and ethical value breakdown exist in this country, we shall also talk and talk and talk and reach nowhere. And so, what he's telling us is that at least we need a two-pronged strategy. We need to be proactive. You know, the other thing, my knife, which I had proposed, would have worked very much towards proactive. These men, the way they like their thing, when they thought of castration, I tell you, they were mad, like they are losing themselves, that they are losing their manhood, and yet they know how to make us lose our womanhood by raping and fighting us. And they don't know that that destroys the total integrity and dignity of a girl or a woman. And yet for them, theirs, because like that they think it is, you know. So he's saying prolonged strategies. One, proactive. If we can do what we can do to prevent the happening, And then number two, of course, as even Rosa had said, reactive, punitive, as long as the culprits are not punished. For instance, we are talking of, is it 14,000 girls who were defiled and some raped. But how many? Who are the men? Where are they? Who are those boys who did that? Were they punished? In the meantime, all those girls are lost in the wilderness when the men are there enjoying their lives. The cases which I follow almost every day, you fight corruption at police level, you fight and reach even the highest office, you employ those highest officers, you get the file, it reaches the court. The moment it goes before a magistrate, then a new corruption begins. And so you have to fight it even at the magisterial level. So in the end, all these vulnerable people, all these local people in the village, they are really suffering without any help. So here we are. And I imagine at the end of this meeting, we shall see, even make resolutions, even we ourselves to resolve, and the whole issue of shutting Ugandans, shutting their mouth, and preventing them from going out to demonstrate. That has killed even the good that the civil society could be doing in terms of fighting. Anyway, thank you so much. According to the program, I think we finished. I don't know whether there will be response or questions or comments later on. Now? Are you having them now? Oh, that's great. Let me shut up now. Okay. Now it is open for you to make comments, to make response, to make questions to these respective presenters, and be short and to the point.
Hello?
Wow. Thank you so much. Hope you can hear me. I'm Jackie Katana, and in this meeting, I'm representing the Interfaith NGO, where I work as a board chairperson. My contribution is to Ochora and UN Women about supporting religious leaders beyond commitments. From experience, I've got to understand that if you're to change the barriers and the way culture and religious leaders think, it's better to work up to the grassroots level. Because that way, you're able to build championship, and those are the people who stay in the communities where these people stay. But when we are concentrating on commitments, just like we are here in the boardroom, and it's unfortunate, I was talking to Priscilla, that next time we need to have cultural and religious leaders in this room. Yes. So that when we are discussing, and you can only get them when you train them as champions, and they are speaking from the informed point of view. But if we are going to be picking religious leaders, like I see in meetings, and we take pictures, to say we had religious and cultural leaders in the meeting and thereafter there is no business, then we are not going to address these issues you are talking about. That's how we tackled family planning, and we can do it with every aspect in the community. And I'm talking from experience of a little organization that I represent, but also I've worked with IRCU and many other agencies for years. Now, as an advocate for reproductive health, again, based on what we've done in family planning and reproductive health, I think SGBV, we need to adopt what Julius, you know very well, innovative financing approaches. And we can handle it if we look at it in domestic financing for a little budget to do the preventive again, because I'm an advocate of local action. I'm an advocate and I'm a policy person, but I don't like it when we come in boardrooms and issues end in boardrooms. Can we look at how we can shift this conversation to the communities, and those local actions will be able to change behavior, and we see improved performance. And one of the recommendations is the parish model, parish development model. How can we align our interventions and advocate to make sure that we get resources that will help us in this area? Thank you.
Thank you for parish model. I don't know whether the resources are there. Let's go to the next person. But those were very good recommendations for all of us, actually, and you people.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. I don't know if you
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Abibo Aroa Fred. I work for an organization called Action for Human Rights in West Nile. I want to thank the panel for their good deliberation and discussions, but in my opinion, I failed to get two issues. That is talking about sexual gender-based violence. You don't need to live around the local council committees at the village level. These are people who deal with the people at the local level, and in fact, going to the police, people will first run to these LCs. Sometimes you even find they wait for the LC to give them a recommendation to report a rape or a defilement case. In the process, every evidence that could be gathered is lost on the way. So how can we take this discussion to the LCs? And sometimes I can honestly tell you, for some of us who work at the I will say grass level, grassroots level. Some of them don't trust the police. They don't trust the police, the courts. For them, they look at their LCs. How can we ensure that we bring the local council committee in this discussion? And the second issue I want to say is about the activists. Sometimes when I look at Honorable Matembe, I'm like, yes, this is a woman to follow. This is a honorable person really to follow and they look at. But how many do we have them? How many of people like Honorable Matembe are there to realign themselves with the local women at the grassroots level? Sometimes you find the emancipated, I will say, the emancipated women, when they reach the local community, they will want to become, their major thing is actually to compete with the men, but not really to generate that mass support from the village women so that they can easily bring up their issue. And that's the reason sometimes you find that now when you talk at the parliamentary or at the high-level symposium like this, you become an enemy to the local women there, because for them, they will look at you and they say, these are emancipated people talking their issues. They don't identify yourself. How do we realign and identify our agenda so that the local women down there, who are the majority, can easily see this and they say, yes, this is a cause for us to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we have you stood up, Lady Ajak?
Yes, I've been wanting to speak. I hope no one interrupts me again. Since the beginning of this session, we have had a lot of people on the panel thank the president, thank the members of parliament, etc., for the laws that we have. But I have a question. How many of these... Oh, sorry, I thought my name is Safina. I work with victims of sexual violence in an organization known as Frown Initiative. Sorry, I thought we'd been through this already. Anyways, we were talking about having a supportive and legal framework, but how many of these laws are actually reviewed for legal gaps? Because some of these laws have been in existence for 10 years and things have been changing. So for example, we have laws that obstruct women's liberation and women's justice, like the anti-pornography bill, which has caused a lot of issues for women that suffer from what we call image gender-based sexual violence that a lot of people know as revenge porn, where pictures and videos of women are posted online without their consent. And 9 out of 10, it will be the victim of this that would end up in jail and not the person that actually posted it. So when we're looking at these laws and we're thanking them for being in existence, how many of them are actually protecting women? Another thing is, how well are they being enforced? You have enacted the laws, yes, but are you making sure that they're being enforced? Another thing that I had to mention was to donors, not just the one on the panel, but all the donors in this room. There is an issue that we are facing as civil society organizations, most especially at the grassroots level. There are issues of giving civil society organizations grants, but not accounting for human resource. And this is something that not that I have only faced by myself, but in a lot of feminist spaces, this is an issue that is brought up a lot. That you give grants, but you don't allocate money for human resource. You just want to fund the project, which begs the question, how is the project going to run without people? I mean, there are some organizations that have even mentioned that when they had water on their budget, they were questioned for having that water on the budget, almost like people don't drink water when they're working. You'll forgive me for how I'm saying this, but yes, when we look at donors and we say, oh yes, the money is there, but how much of it is trickling down to grassroots level, and how much of it is actually catering for human resource? Because these are the arms, these are people on ground that are actually doing the work. Another thing is, we have talked about...
We can give opportunity to somebody.
One last thing for the police before I wrap
Say
this
it
up.
quickly.
Yes, I will say it quickly. Another thing is they say that there's a lot of money in the sector, but why are things like police reports and rape kits still being charged for? And CSOs are always called upon to handle these issues. I mean, just in Parliament a few days ago, there was a minister who was asking where FIDA was when all this is happening. But how many of them are actually supporting and funding these organizations? And why do we still have to pay for things like police letters and rape kits, yet I believe these are being funded by donors through Ministry of Health? Thank you.
Because of priorities. Can we go to this side? This side, I think you stand up and I see you two, then the other two. Otherwise, people whom I have not appointed talk. You two talk, and then I see somebody there at the end. We have left you, they took your opportunities. We are here now. We shall give you a chance at the end. Hajat. You start, talk.
My name is Veronica.
Microphone.
My name, I hold it?
You can sit so that, okay.
My name is Veronica Mirembe Mukisa. I'm from Nudupu. I've come as a person who has been, who's a victim. Mine may not really be sexual and gender-based violence, but it's people with disabilities. I'm here to revert in regard to what Dr. Rosvita was telling us, that we all have equal opportunities as people who go through sexual and gender violence. Mine is to speak something about bipolar disorder. Personally, I've been through bipolar disorder for the last 20 years, and I've been on psychiatric medication. I give hope to bipolar patients. I like what I want to revert to what Dr. Rosvita said. She said all of us have equal opportunities. But when you look at the human rights in Uganda, you lose a job because someone knows you go to Wutabika. How can that be addressed in such a symposium? Thank you very much.
That's very important because she's raising the issue of gender-based violence, which is not necessarily sexual, but where some people are being discriminated against because of some inabilities which are not generally known by us. By the way, recently I recognized another way of sexual gender-based violence. I realized, I was told, you know, people who suffer tell me, these people who work in restaurants and hotels, the girls mainly, they would like to have a tip, you know. Like in European countries or those advanced countries, a tip is a right, and it is put under the percentage of what you pay. But here in Uganda, you pay when you feel like. Now, these girls, when they want a tip and they are indicating to these men, then the men ask for their telephone contact. And then after that, they start calling them, harassing them, of course, in exchange of that tip. So many girls talk to me, and I was saying, there are many things which will never come to us. For instance, how many of you knew that there was that kind of sexual-based violence which comes through that kind of a right, which actually people should be having? And so I was thinking maybe if we can bring in a policy where also tip here in this country should be, is it a right? When somebody serves you and you are happy, you tip, and it can be a % on the charge. Rather, you can imagine if this girl serves 10 people at the end of the day, and all of them are getting her telephone, and then they start harassing them, calling them. You didn't know about this. So those are some of the things like she's saying now. When she gets a contract to work, then when they know she's bipolar, you know what bipolar means, and it is an attack. And 1 minute it can go. But because of that, she loses the job. She loses the job. You see, those are things which many of us don't know, but they do happen to people. They are noting it down also, some of these organizations. So who was the next person there who stood? Speak quickly, I think.
Madam Moderator, the next person is Atiferu Christine. I'm a gender-based violence champion hailing from West Nile region. I'm a retired grade 3 teacher by profession and a district councillor. Madam Moderator, much as you mentioned about people only talking about the norms, the cultural norms and practices which fuel this sexual gender-based violence, but there are other factors which I thought in this fora I should realize. One, we realize that, I for one realize that this night disco also fuels the, the staging or the act of sexual gender-based violence. And then equal to that, seeing pornographic films by young boys and girls, it also does the same. And night market operations, economic differences between men and women also fuels sexual gender-based violence. And people do not really respect what sex is in their marital status. Quite a good number of men and women in my region, they cheat on each other. Because, I have around 7 districts which all are refugee hosting districts. That is Arua, Zombo, Terego, and name them. So these people who inflate our places, they have got different cultural norms and practices. So it's very difficult really for us to identify ourselves with these people in order to track incidents of this nature. And then lastly, the dressing code of today is so terrible. I must say that. I know it is a human rights that has given the provision to have that, but I have not come over to stop that. It's more or less like you have cooked meat in a pot, and if you leave the pot open, what happens? Why can't I say this?
No.
So these are one of the issues that fuels. Thank you very much. Please, Madam Moderator, I have a bit of your blood in me. These women who are saying no.
Where are you, by the way?
I'm here.
We're here. There's an exhibition.
I'm about to say stop there. You conclude. Okay, conclude. One statement, one sentence on, and you finish.
I have concluded by dressing modestly. That's all.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. I'm going to have Hajat here, and then we finish. These people will respond.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm Hajat Fatuma Chomhanj, Executive Director, Women and Girls Core Initiative. I come from Shema. I work in Shema District and Yantone District. where most of the things that have been talked about are happening. To mention like incest and child marriages, forced marriages. And this is coming out because people are leaning against their cultures. Mostly the cattle keepers. To them, they feel it is a mandate and it is a right for them as parents to marry off their children. What Julius was talking about of the financing, that is the major cause of why everything is happening the way it is happening. A lot of funding is remaining at the center, and all these SGBV cases are happening in the districts. But when you look at the funding for the community-based services, the probation officers who are handling cases in the districts, they are given just a peanut, and they expect them to handle cases as they are reported. Madam Chairperson, when we talk of economic empowerment of women, and we leave the women at the grassroots, when they talk of the PDM, you feel that everyone is going to be involved. But when you look at what women are going through in the communities, I don't think that they are going to come out and also compete with men. And what does that mean? Sexual gender-based violence is going to continue if financing for the communities, is financing for local governments is not given a priority. I'm calling upon our government, mostly the Ministry of Gender and Local Government, come out and support your community-based services at the local level, because where they are not, these things will not be implemented. To Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, we thank you for the championing to see that the government is always increasing funding. But still, however much we have talked and we have talked, it remains on the paper. When it comes to the IEC materials, we want to acknowledge the Human Rights Commission and other organizations that are delivering on that note. But kindly remember, the people that we are targeting, mostly in the communities, they are illiterate. Most of the things are written in English. Even if they came across them, they would not understand. Can we have translation of this information that mostly will be important for the local woman also to use if she wants to get like justice when it comes to issues to do with SGBV? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the ball is back into our hands. Panelists, beginning with Rachel. If you have any comment in response to all these issues raised, please do it, and we are going to do it within 10 minutes. Each 10 minutes are divided.
Amongst us.
Two.
Okay, the person who goes first always, so it's fine. So thank you so much. I'm going to respond to 3 issues. There are so many, and really thank you for your comments and also the recommendations. I'm sure we are here as duty bearers, and each and every one of us is taking up something because this is a collective responsibility. So I'll respond first to the work of faith-based, the religious leaders, national level, but also at the subnational level. We work through the Interreligious Council of Uganda, bringing together more than 7 religious institutions, and they have worked to develop policies and messages, not only on sexual and gender-based violence, but also on issues of family planning. And they are not only providing the messaging, you know, also the religious leaders, they have health institutions, they own schools. So, you know, they are the second after the government, I think, in terms of infrastructure for health and education. And so we take also advantage of that to work around with them. And so through our work with the Interreligious Council of Uganda, at the community levels, we are now seeing interfaith organizations or interfaith networks of women who are addressing issues of GBV. For instance, we have one in Amuria. So women of different faiths coming together at the community level to address these issues of GBV. What they need is capacity building, because really religious leaders, we all know the religious leaders, they're not experts, they're not technical experts in this area, so there's really need to build their capacity to be able to address this. So that is ongoing. So the issue again is in how many districts. Evelyn mentioned, you know, we can just only do as much. So there's really need to scale up and people to come together and scale up these interventions. We also not only work with religious institutions, we also work with cultural institutions. And I want to highlight one, the Alur Cultural Institution, which was recently applauded by His Excellency the President for the work that they are doing to address issues of child marriage and teenage pregnancy. Why? Because this is one of the institutions that we have built their capacity to develop protocols, develop guidelines, and so then they are also able to address these issues. So that's it. And then there was a recommendation on working with local leaders. I think that builds on the recommendation. Remember my 3 recommendations. One of the recommendations I made was that all these good things, the laws, the policies, we have them mostly at national level. But when you come at the local government level, they do not know them. And someone has brought it lightly. Some of them don't even understand English. So we need to translate, we need to build their capacity, because we can't just tell them, we involve them to do what? They need to know what they really need to do and how to do it. And then there was also a question around Sauti about the helpline, about reporting. So UNFPA is working together with UNICEF. Again, we are asking ourselves why Ministry of Gender is not here. We are supporting Ministry of Gender to run the national Sauti helpline for reporting cases of GBV. So there's a national helpline center here in Kampala, but there are also call centers within different districts where people can report cases, then they are linked to services. They are referred for services, whether it is access to justice you want, whether it's psychosocial support. So already supporting, but the need is just to scale them up, put more of them. So I'll pass over to my other panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And of course, the challenge now goes to the very supposed implementers whom you are working with. When they disappear on a day like this, do we take it that they are serious or the priorities are different? Madam Excellency Roswitha.
Thank you very much. And I can, Kampala, it brings the voices from far away. And it is very good to hear those voices also on TV for others to hear. The question on the cultural leaders and that within the justice, law and order programs, the support to these local community courts is there, but it needs much more funding. We heard it from CISBAC. So we need government funding. We can funding it. There has to be the government that funds the priorities. On the other side, I have to also say that what I'm sometimes wondering is where are the private unpaid initiatives? In Austria, we have actually so many. And I can also see that so many of you are engaging, when I listen to you, are engaging in side activities for your own passion. We need to hear more about them, and we need to motivate others to work for free if they're passionate about certain things. Why I'm stressing funding is because I see some of our good friends of the police here. Why is the police not everywhere with 200,000 shillings for fuel? Again, funding. We really need funding. The last point that I want to say is we have to have a protected space where we can talk. Not for me, of course, because I'm protected specifically by the Vienna Conventions, but we have to protect the activists and the human rights defenders so that they can speak out. And we don't want to only protect them here in this tent. We want them to be protected in the local village, in the districts, at the sub-county level, because there also some of these human rights violations and preventions, they are preventing from speaking out at different levels. So when it comes to the recommendations, we have to really look into the challenges of the implementation of the Bill of Rights. When civil society organizations have challenges to gather together, to meet, to talk, to make their press statements, this equally affects the fight against the gender-based violence. And if the journalists are constrained of talking about whatever issue, does it not prevent them equally in talking about gender-based violence, or does it not prevent equally by self-restraint, self-censoring, prevent women to speak out? So the bills of rights needs to be protected. It is important that we safeguard it at the national level, at the regional level, and at the district level, so that we can speak out, all of us, and we can hear about very difficult and painful issues. Law reforms, I'm not going into it. Certainly there is need to modernize laws every second in all our countries, so there is no doubt that law reforms are important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call Julius.
Yes, my parting shots. I think I call upon everybody, please get interested in the way our government raises money and spends money. If you leave it for them, I can tell you there will be nothing for us. You must get interested to know, where does Uganda Revenue Authority, how do they collect money, from who? And from there you know where money should be. So that when we come to these forums, we are not lamenting. We know that money is going for the right things. So that when money is stolen, we know how to go for those people who have eaten our money. I can tell you that is one way we can get resources for the things that affect us most, like GBV, like gender-based violence. So let's do that. That's number one. Number two is, I think Honorable Matemi talked about it. However much we talk, if we do not translate the talk into money, they call it bianswa. That is air. Every talk must correspond with money. So if an MP stands up and says, I will give you a shelter, ask how much and where, is it written in the budget? Otherwise, it will be a talk and it will be finished. So please, I urge you to ensure that these politicians who know how to talk, they're very good orators. Make sure, ask the right questions. How much and where is it in the budget? Because a shelter will never come from their pocket in most cases. Third is, somebody said we should talk about the toll-free line. I can say it again. The number I have is 800-199-195. That's the number I got. And I've been informed actually that we even have other call centers across. So I think Ministry of Gender, we can do more, publicize these numbers to the public so that at least people can have means of accessing this. Lastly, gender-responsive budgeting. I learned in the Philippines how they have used it to tackle GBV. Because they were able, like I told you, they were able to participate in the budget and know where money was going, and they were able to say, please, for us, and it was a local station. In our local government, number one this financial year, put more money for communication gadgets for police. We need 2 motorcycles with fuel, and the officers who are going to be in charge of the family protection unit must be trained in gender equality. That is how gender budgeting was helping them, because now they were having a space where they can call and be assisted. And they were able to do so many things. So let's promote gender budgeting in this country. The best thing is that it is in the law, the Public Finance Management Act. We can enforce that. In fact, one time I went to take government to court for not putting it in place. But we can do that and make sure that work is done for us. Thank you so much.
But I thought that we worked on all those issues of gender budgeting, and I thought that it happens there in Parliament. We did. You go and call UNET, call Forward, call all these organizations. We worked out all these things and trained people on gender budgeting. What happened? I don't know. Secondly, the recommendation you are giving, these very people, that they should go and know where money goes and influence its allocation and that kind of thing. If money is allocated and today it is grabbed from there and goes to the priority, how will they manage if the priority is determined by government? Anyway, that is, we throw that to our members of Parliament. By the way, there is one here who want me finish with you, Evelyn, so that he can even tell us on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much. Most of the issues have been responded to. I happen to come from West Nile, and my sister from West Nile has broken my heart by talking about dressing and thinking that dressing is one of the reasons why we have SGBV. I hope that we can have lunch and that the exhibition we have at least helps us to clarify some of those things. Because I think it's really important that for us who are in this space and after we leave here, we demystify some of those myths that perpetuate violence, that perpetuate victim blame, and shut people up from reporting. So really, really, if there's one thing other than this dialogue, perhaps let's just educate ourselves a little bit and really introspect and relearn a couple of things around issues around SGBV. I want to address the issue, and my sister who talked about her bipolar, thank you so much for sharing a part of you and that story. It's always very hard to bear ourselves in these kind of spaces. One of the things we are now doing in terms of programming is what we call the principle of leave no one behind. And in that principle, what we try to do is to ensure that people that are traditionally excluded in terms of our programming are paid particular attention to. Actually, the principle says, leave no one behind and start from the farthest behind. And so we will find ourselves that when you're talking about SGBV and women, they are not a homogeneous group. There are women, and all of us women experience or are predisposed to violence. Myself, Honorable Matembe, any woman here will tell you they live in fear of violence or they experience violence. If they don't accept that, they are not being authentic. But they are women that have intersecting vulnerabilities that are beyond, the young woman with a disability, the young woman with a disability that has not gone to school, and so her situations get really compound. We have tried to work with some groups, women living with HIV, women living with disability, but I think it's a continuous journey for us in terms of learning and in terms of continuing to find those groups. And Rachel, I think as we go into this disability inclusion that we are becoming deliberate upon, we can be able to pick some of those voices. I want to end on two things. There's been a call to say, move away from Kampala, move away from the boardrooms, get to the local areas, move away from the religious leaders and the ordinances. And I think to pick on what Dr. Roswitha said, is also around what is our role when we are here. Because there is so much the ministry can do. There is so much the UN can do. And I think what we are trying to do here is that in our different spaces, we take these messages. So when we engage Interreligious Council of Uganda, our thinking is that it has structures until the lowest level, that they will be able to cascade whatever it is that they get, in these spaces and implement it. That when we work with cultural leaders, they use their structures. The Buganda Kingdom, for example. How many districts are here? If the King of Buganda, if the Prime Minister of Buganda subscribes to this, how can they use the structure that is so elaborate, that can be funded from different sources to be able to do this work? So I think we all need to do our best, but everybody has a role, and I think we can be able to play that. And I want to end around the issue of some of those contributing factors that drive violence, those night dances, those, everything that we spoke about. We have found it powerful when districts also pick up some of these and develop district-based ordinances that address those specific issues that they experience. So if you're from Arua, if you're from Yumbe, and the challenge we have is in that context, how can the districts take up some of these interventions and localize them to be able to address the factors that drive them along that? But that said, I think it's been a pleasure to be on this panel. We have listened, I have personally learned, and I hope that it changes the way in which we engage and that together we can create a world that's free of violence and safe for women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. We would have ended here, but down the road I got a request from an MP from Gwinnett County who would like to say something. I want you to be brief and tell us what you want to say in relation to what we are saying. And you also tell us how you sorted out the matter or whether it is still hanging there. Quickly.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ekudo Tom Julius, Member of Parliament, Gweri County in Soroti District. Madam Chair, I just want to share my experience when I was LOCC chairperson in my sub-county, that is in Gweri, which is now a constituency, whereby I was the youth councillor for 2 terms, LOCC chairperson 2 terms, now I am here. Madam Chair, it is so happened that at one point, you know, drinking is bad. A man went back home and asked his wife, I want sex. The wife said, no, my husband, I am under my periods. The man said, what? I want it. So what happened? The man picked a hoe and hit the lady here once and she died. But before she died, we were able to know what exactly happened. You see, we lost her. She had a baby, but even the husband up to now is still in prison. It is a collective effort we need to have in order to stop this sexual violence in Uganda, not only Uganda, in this world. But in case we say it is only the donors, it is only maybe the police to help, the parliamentarians to help. No. The question is, in your family, what have you done? Have you stopped it in your family? If you have not stopped it, start now. The other thing I want to add to my brother, I've forgotten his name, is the issue of involving the community themselves at village level. The family and the community, because the family comes from the village. So we needed to bring these people together. The policy is LOCC structure has to have a vice chairperson who is going to be a female in that committee who will handle the issues of women. But sometimes in some villages, the law is not followed. But it is us now here to say, what do we do about this? To sensitize and pass the message down. You know, these people stay with these people, so we need to give them the information so that they pass the information. Madam Chair, we still have other MPs here, but I don't know whether you allow them to say something, but they are here and they are eager to say something. Thank you.
I am also not in control of this whole program. I was in charge of this one, but I want to thank you. I hope the members, since this is Friday, I think the MPs can still stay with us as we discuss, because we have also the afternoon, because we would like to really listen to you, because I want to appreciate you in that statement you made. And it is fitting in very, very well with what we've been saying here. We've been saying priority, the challenge, the funding, and that kind of thing. And then people are saying, you come down and reach here, but you have come out concluding it saying, you people, if we can make the whole issue of fighting against sexual and gender-based violence an issue for all of us, if we can look at it as a very bad thing that is deterring our country from developing, and it is deterring human beings from being who they are to realize their full potential, that we must all fight it. That if all of us Ugandans, that right from the family level, can acknowledge and recognize that the whole issue of sexual and gender violence is very bad, because it undermines human capacity and ability to display their potential and utilize it, and we are able to make sure that we fight it, then we can manage. You have given me a very good answer, because I was hearing people, they always say, you people, you are speaking in Kampala, but we have invited you here. We are telling you what you should go and do. Because unless we make it as a real personal issue, the word of God says, love your neighbors, you love yourself, and protect your neighbor. I was looking during the COVID, I couldn't understand, and even before COVID, you see a woman or a man is outside, say, what sort of people? What has happened to our hearts? If you see a neighbor beating a wife and you are there smiling also and say, hey, instead of going to defend. So we need to look into ourselves and say, okay, the priorities of government are not reaching us, the money we don't have, but we have ourselves. You know, you remember when God asked Moses, what do you have in your hand? What do you have in your hand? I'm sure each individual here has something in their hand to really contribute towards fighting this vice of sexual and gender-based violence. And if we can really take it upon ourselves and say, let me play my part, at least in my neighborhood this will not happen. Or if they defile a girl and you get up and say, I must work with her to make sure I help her, then we can do better than when we focus on the funders and on the government instead of focusing on ourselves. And I'm reminded of this issue. Her Excellency has said, protective space. Ugandans, I don't know the kind of fear that has gripped her. I will let you know that it is so ashaming or embarrassing that members of parliament, some members of parliament, ring me and send me cases of this sexual harassment to be the one to deal with them, because they are fearing for their political positions. Because the moment they go on this big man, who is chairman, like chairman of the movement of the district, when he defiles somebody, then the members of parliament are scared. Because if they go against him, they will lose their position. They dump things to me, as if for me, I cannot be also... But for me, I take it up whether I die or not. As long as I die in defense of somebody, I would rest. But anyway, thank you so much. This has been a very beautiful conversation, and I'm sure many people have learned what they did not know, and they will continue to learn. But let's move down knowing that the challenge is each of us must play their part. As long as you play yours towards your neighbor, then the rest will be, you know, we may overcome. Thank you so much for this information. You have chaired you.
Wow. Much Evelyn Letio from UN Women. Thank you, Dr. Rosisa Krimza, Head of Australian Development Corporation. Thank you, Rachel Ogola, Gender and Human Rights Specialist, UNFPA. And of course, thank you, Mr. Julius Mukunda, their Executive Director, CSBAG. And we appreciate the Honorable Safia Narole in absentia because she had to rush away for another engagement. But we appreciate her contribution that was in representation of the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Ladies and gentlemen, after that discussion, I would like us to break off for lunch, because when we return, we have two other panel discussions that we're supposed to run through before we close today's business. So, before we break for lunch, can I get a volunteer to say a prayer for us? Yes, a volunteer there? By show of hand.
To be part of the...
Yes, please.
Let's pray. Father, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for the differences that we have, that you made us different, male and female. We thank you for every provision that you give us. Today, O Lord, we believe that our discussions here will be fruitful, not just for us, but also our neighbors. So as we go out to eat, pray that that food will give us energy to continue in your service in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much. Lunch will be served where we had our tea. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back within 40 minutes. Thank you.
I'm very happy and proud to be part of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Every year, within 2 weeks, partners join hand in hand, showing their commitment to counter gender-based violence around the world. For Austria, this commitment is actually enshrined in our constitution. Uganda as well, it is the same, enshrined in your own constitution in the Pearl of Africa. Since my arrival in Uganda, I've met passionate partners that fight for the right of women and girls in Uganda. And even so, I have to say, some of them were men in very senior positions. Can we say we're doing enough? No. We definitely have to say no. We have to do more. It's time to involve everybody in this fight. We have to involve the policeman that needs to show empathy to the women victims. I'm very happy and proud to be part of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Every year, within 2 in hand, showing their commitment to counter gender-based violence around the world. For Austria, this commitment is actually enshrined in our constitution. Uganda as well, it is the same, enshrined in your own constitution in the Pearl of Africa. Since my arrival in Uganda, I've met passionate partners that fight for the right of women and girls in Uganda. And even so, I have to say, some of them were men in very senior positions. Can we say we're doing enough? No. We definitely have to say no. We have to do more. It's time to involve everybody in this fight. We have to involve the policeman that needs to show empathy to the women victim that comes and tells the story. We need to find the understanding lawyers and the understanding judge, and even the understanding prison officer that maybe has to reintegrate the perpetrators back into the society. So overall, what can we say? We need the civil society and women movement to say it is enough. This has to stop. The women I'm very happy and proud to be part of the 16 days of I'm very happy and proud to be very happy and proud to be part of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Every year, within 2 weeks, in hand, showing their commitment to counter gender-based violence around the world. For Austria, this commitment is actually enshrined in our constitution. Uganda as well, it is the same, enshrined in your own constitution in the Pearl of Africa. Since my arrival in Uganda, I've met passionate partners that fight for the right of women and girls in Uganda. And even so, I have to say, some of them were men in very senior positions. Can we say we're doing enough? No. We definitely have to say no. We have to do more. It's time to involve everybody in this fight. We have to involve the policeman that needs to show empathy to the women victim that comes and tells the story. We need to find the understanding lawyers and the understanding judge, and even the understanding prison officer that maybe has to reintegrate the perpetrators back into the society. So overall, what can we say? We need the civil society and women movement to say it is enough. This has to stop. The women around the world need to send the same messaging, not only to the population where the perpetrators come from, as well as the victims, but also we need the speaking within the members of the judiciary, police, and jailers institutions. We have seen a lot of progress in the last years. We have seen today many female heads of jailers institutions, including the DPP, the chair of the Human Rights Commission, the chief registrar of the judiciary. We have seen the female heads of NERA and URSP, and the heads of the Uganda Leadership Tribunal, just to name a few. Is this enough? No. The clear answer, really. We need more women in senior leadership positions, and we want them not for the statistics. We want them to be deciding. We need them to have bringing the female perspectives to the table when important decisions are being done. Let us therefore celebrate our successes in these 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. But let us prepare already for the next year. We need to do more, and we need to do it together. We need to involve the women and the girls, and we need to involve the men and the boys.
The 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is an annual international campaign that kicks off on 25th November, which is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. And it runs until 10th December, which is a Human Rights Day. UN Women Uganda prioritize social norm change and engaging men and boys as key cross-cutting outcomes of our strategic note. Working with men and boys gives them the opportunity to lead by example in breaking gender stereotypes and addressing violence against women and girls. While we continue to work with our partners, including Sweden, Austria, the European Union, and our sister agencies on the hardware to address violence, including strengthening the justice systems and improving services for survivors. We also need to look at the software. What does this mean? It means tackling the high levels of violence in communities or challenging dominant views of masculinity that continue to enforce inequality, perpetuate discrimination. And I will end by quoting the United Nations Secretary General, and I quote, "Around the world, there is a pushback against women's rights. We must push back against the pushback and keep on pushing back," unquote.
I regard myself as a dedicated activist against gender-based violence. The objective of this campaign fit exactly in our own priorities, in which we aim to end gender-based violence, achieve gender equality, and live up to the promise to leave no one behind. And it is my hope that the 16 days of activism opens up momentum for reflection in which we, as individuals and as governments, realize that we all have a role to play to ensure our fight against GBV is not stalled. Uganda has strong laws and policies on ending violence against women and girls. However, it's essential to step up implementation. GBV remains high, with a majority of women in Uganda have experienced sexual and/or physical violence. Teenage pregnancies have reached pandemic proportions, averaging 32,000 pregnancies a month, and that's more than 1,000 a day. And this has devastating impacts on women and girls, their health, well-being, educational aspirations, livelihoods, and future socio-economic productivity. And to address GBV, we need to lay bare and tackle the root causes of gender inequality, but also our lack of progress. And it is therefore that we, the Netherlands, is working together with the Ugandan Parliament to put the spotlight on GBV and to demonstrate our combined commitment in the fight against GBV. And we owe it to the hundreds of thousands of women, girls and marginalized groups out there to act, to support, to protect and to empower them.
I'm very happy and proud to be part of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Every year, within 2 weeks, partners join hand in hand, showing their commitment to counter gender-based violence around the world. For Austria, this commitment is actually enshrined in our constitution. Uganda as well, it is the same, enshrined in your own constitution in the Pearl of Africa. Since my arrival in Uganda, I've met passionate partners that fight for the right of women and girls in Uganda. And even so, I have to say, some of them were men in very senior positions. Can we say we're doing enough? No. We definitely have to say no. We have to do more. It's time to involve everybody in this fight. We have to involve the policeman that needs to show empathy to the women victim that comes and tells the story. We need to find the understanding lawyers and the understanding judge, and even the understanding prison officer that maybe has to reintegrate the perpetrators back into the society. So overall, what can we say? We need the civil society and women movement to say it is enough. This has to stop. The women around the world need to send the same messaging, not only to the population, where the perpetrators come from, as well as the victims, but also we need the speaking within the members of the judiciary, police, and jailhouse institutions. We have seen a lot of progress in the last years. We have seen today many female heads of jailhouse institutions, including the DPP, the chair of the Human Rights Commission, the chief registrar of the judiciary. We have seen the female heads of NERA and URSP, and the heads of the Uganda Leadership Tribunal, just to name a few. Is this enough? No. The clear answer, really. We need more women in senior leadership positions, and we want them not for the statistics. We want them to be deciding. We need them to have bringing the female perspectives to the table when important decisions are being done. Let us therefore celebrate our successes in these 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. But let us prepare already for the next year. We need to do more, and we need to do it together. We need to involve the women and the girls, and we need to involve the men and the boys.
Gender-based violence is the most extreme form of gender inequality, and that's why for Sweden, combating violence against women and fighting gender inequality is a top priority. Evidence shows that the existence of strong women's rights movement is a critical factor, both for the legislation ensuring the women's rights, but also for the implementation of such legislation. We also know that women's rights movement have lots of experience and deep knowledge of factors relating both to the prevention but also to the support of victims of gender-based violence. That's why Sweden is very proud to support the women's rights movement in Uganda through UN Women. But we also need to look at the prevention of gender-based violence, and that's why we also need to engage boys and men. Women's rights and gender-based violence cannot only be a women's issues. We have to target men. They are both actors of change. We have to look at the norms in our society, but we also have to see the fact that men both can be perpetrators, but men and boys can also be victims of violence. And this is why we have to have a more holistic approach to the issue. But I think time now has come to walk the talk. Words are important, but ultimately only action will change things. And it's more urgent than ever to prevent and respond to the horrific crimes that we see against women and girls in Uganda, but also globally around the world. Sweden, we are committed to continue the fight against gender-based violence and to strengthen the rights for women and children. And we hope you will join us. We can all be activists to stop the violence against women and girls.
Well, first of all, violence against women and girls is still today a major global issue which affects all countries and societies. And here in Uganda, I understand gender-based violence is a major obstacle for women's and girls' rights and to Uganda's development. Gender-based violence means teenage pregnancies, school dropouts, reduced economic development, and an extra burden on health and justice services. According to surveys that I've seen, in Uganda, half of the population believe it's acceptable for a man to beat his wife, and 1 in 4 adolescent girls is pregnant. These are very disturbing statistics. And all of this has, of course, long-term negative effects on survivors, families, and communities. For the European Union, it's a priority to end violence against women and girls. And a very concrete example is the EU-UN Spotlight Initiative, funded by the EU with an amount of €500 million. And Uganda too has gained from this global initiative. We have reached more than 10 million people with messages about harmful social norms and practices, and more than 10,000 adolescent girls has benefited from sexual and reproductive health services. We have built a strong partnership with the Ugandan government, women's movements and religious and traditional leaders. Through this collective effort, we have challenged negative social norms, supported policy reforms, and supported law enforcement agencies to bring to justice those who commit violence against women and girls. The EU has also funded civil society organizations to reduce gender-based violence in specific regions of Uganda, like in Karamoja, West Nile, Western Uganda, and Central Uganda. The 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is here to remind us of the importance of never giving up this fight. We need to stay engaged for the longer term, and the EU will continue to do its part to ensure a safe environment in which Ugandan women and girls can thrive. And the European Union and I personally, we are proud to support the 16 days theme for this year, Unite, Activism to End Violence Against Women and Girls.
globally, there seems to be a rise in persecution, pushback in respect to women's rights defenders, feminist rights defenders. It is concerning because it is based on entrenched religious and cultural beliefs around the globe. So as a country, we have recognized the need for legislation. We passed the succession law. We've passed the laws related to participation of women in all spheres of life, and we continue to ensure that participation, collaboration with civil society is important at the core of women's rights movement. As we go into the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we recognize that there are still issues, obstacles that requires collaborative work. We have established, in collaboration with UN Women, platforms, because we know platforms are very important in bringing women together. Women from civil society, women in the government, women in parliament, to come and analyze the challenges, analyze progress made, and look at what still needs to be done. Moving forward, I think we need to deconstruct the cultural, social, religious norms and values that still subjugate women, because globally and locally, it is those values that are entrenched, that people are socialized with, that people value so much and gives power to a certain group of people, that continue to give us difficulties in achieving full equality. So I hope that we will continue to create awareness, build synergies around issues around social norms and culture and religious norms.
Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. Love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place. Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place. Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. Love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place. Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. Love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place. Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. Love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place. Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. Love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place. Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of
Globally, there seems to be a rise in persecution, pushback in respect to women rights defenders, feminist rights defenders. It is concerning because it is based on entrenched religious and cultural beliefs around the globe. So as a country, we have recognized the need for legislation. We passed the succession law. We've passed the laws related to participation of women in all spheres of life. and we continue to ensure that participation, collaboration with civil society is important at the core of women's rights movement. As we go into the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we recognize that there are still issues, obstacles that requires collaborative work. We have established, in collaboration with UN Women, platforms, because we know platforms are very important in bringing women together. Women from civil society, women in the government, women in parliament, to come and analyze the challenges, analyze progress made, and look at what still needs to be done. Moving forward, I think we need to deconstruct the cultural, social, religious norms and values that still subjugate women, because globally and locally, it is those values that are entrenched, that people are socialized with, that people value so much and gives power to a certain group of people that continue to give us difficulties in achieving full equality. So I hope that we will continue to create awareness, build synergies around issues around social norms and culture and religious norms.
Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have fans. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. Love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place.
The 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence is an annual international campaign that kicks off on 25th November, which is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. And it runs until 10th December, which is a Human Rights Day. UN Women Uganda prioritize social norm change and engaging men and boys as key cross-cutting outcomes of our strategic north. Working with men and boys gives them the opportunity to lead by example in breaking gender stereotypes and addressing violence against women and girls. While we continue to work with our partners, including Sweden, Austria, the European Union, and our sister agencies on the hardware to address violence, including strengthening the justice systems and improving services for survivors. We also need to look at the software. What does this mean? It means tackling the high levels of violence in communities or challenging dominant views of masculinity that continue to enforce inequality, perpetuate discrimination, and I will end by quoting the United Nations Secretary General, and I quote, "Around the world, there is a pushback against women's rights. We must push back against the pushback and keep on pushing back," unquote. The 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence is an annual international campaign that kicks off
I'm very happy and proud to be part of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. Every year, within 2 weeks, partners join hand in hand, showing their commitment to counter gender-based violence around the world. For Austria, this commitment is actually enshrined in our constitution. Uganda as well, it is the same, enshrined in your own constitution in the Pearl of Africa. Since my arrival in Uganda, I've met passionate partners that fight for the right of women and girls in Uganda. And even so, I have to say, some of them were men in very senior positions. Can we say we're doing enough? No. We definitely have to say no. We have to do more. It's time to involve everybody in this fight. We have to involve the policeman that needs to show empathy to the women victim that comes and tells the story. We need to find the understanding lawyers and the understanding judge, and even the understanding prison officer that maybe has to reintegrate the perpetrators back into the society. So overall, what can we say? We need the civil society and women movement to say it is enough. This has to stop. The women around the world need to send the same messaging, not only to the population, where the perpetrators come from, as well as the victims, but also we need the speaking within the members of the judiciary, police, and jailhouse institutions. We have seen a lot of progress in the last years. We have seen today many female heads of jailhouse institutions, including the DPP, the chair of the Human Rights Commission, the chief registrar of the judiciary. We have seen the female heads of NERA and URSP, and the heads of the Uganda Leadership Tribunal, just to name a few. Is this enough? No. The clear answer, really. We need more women in senior leadership positions, and we want them not for the statistics. We want them to be deciding. We need them to have bringing the female perspectives to the table when important decisions are being done. Let us therefore celebrate our successes in these 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. But let us prepare already for the next year. We need to do more, and we need to do it together. We need to involve the women and the girls, and we need to involve the men and the boys. I'm very happy and proud to be part of the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. Every year, within 2 weeks, partners join hand in hand, showing their commitment to counter gender-based violence around the world. For Austria, This commitment is actually enshrined in our constitution. Uganda as well, it is the same, enshrined in your own constitution in the Pearl of Africa. Since my arrival in Uganda, I've met passionate partners that fight for the right of women and girls in Uganda. And even so, I have to say, some of them were men in very senior positions. Can we say we're doing enough? No. We definitely have to say no. We have to do more. It's time to involve everybody in this fight. We have to involve the policeman that needs to show empathy to the women victim that comes and tells the story. We need to find the understanding lawyers and the understanding judge, and even the understanding prison officer that maybe has to reintegrate the perpetrators back into the society. So overall, what can we say? We need the civil society and women movement to say it is enough. This has to stop. The women around the world need to send the same messaging, not only to the population, where the perpetrators come from, as well as the victims, but also we need the speaking within the members of the judiciary, police, and jailhouse institutions. We have seen a lot of progress in the last years. We have seen today many female heads of jailhouse institutions, including the DPP, the chair of the Human Rights Commission, the chief registrar of the judiciary. We have seen the female heads of NERA and URSP, and the heads of the Uganda Leadership Tribunal, just to name a few. Is this enough? No. The clear answer, really. We need more women in senior leadership positions, and we want them not for the statistics. We want them to be deciding. We need them to have bringing the female perspectives to the table when important decisions are being done. Let us therefore celebrate our successes in these 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. But let us prepare already for the next year. We need to do more, and we need to do it together. We need to involve the women and the girls, and we need to involve the men and the boys.
I see myself as a radical learning feminist. I am one of the co-founders and co-directors of Frown Initiative Uganda, an organization that works with victims of sexual violence. So what I was wearing is an exhibition where we're going to have clothes from victims in Uganda being displayed on mannequins, because a lot of the conversation that happens when a victim gets sexually assaulted, not just in Uganda but globally as well, is what were you wearing? That's usually the first question. And this sort of makes them blame themselves when the facts and different studies show that what a person is wearing when they get sexually assaulted has nothing to do with the fact that they got sexually assaulted. I think we need to have more collaboration. We need to have more women worldwide come together, form a pact if we're going to fight sexual violence, if we're going to fight patriarchy at a structural level. When it comes down to sexual violence and the youth and the young children, we need to look at how we engage them, how we teach them, because these are young minds. They are still being molded. So we need to mold them in a way that they understand what consent means, that they understand boundaries. So charity begins from home. What policies do you have in place? How do you handle issues of violence in this space? There is a need for funding to these organizations that are actually doing the work on ground, because without funding, this work is not going to get anywhere, honestly. You advocate for as much as you want, but if you don't have money, you can't help victims, you can't place them, you can't get them the medical care they need, all of that. I would love to see older feminists working with younger feminists and vice versa. I want to see that collaboration of great minds coming together instead of working separately to tackle this issue.
I regard myself as a dedicated activist against gender-based violence. The objective of this campaign fit exactly in our own priorities, in which we aim to end gender-based violence, achieve gender equality, and live up to the promise to leave no one behind. And it is my hope that the 16 days of activism opens up momentum for reflection in which we, as individuals and as governments, realize that we all have a role to play to ensure our fight against GBV is not stalled. Uganda has strong laws and policies on ending violence against women and girls. However, it's essential to step up implementation. GBV remains high, with a majority of women in Uganda have experienced sexual and/or physical violence. Teenage pregnancies have reached pandemic proportions, averaging 32,000 pregnancies a month, and that's more than 1,000 a day. And this has devastating impacts on women and girls, their health, well-being, educational aspirations, livelihoods, and future social-economic productivity. And to address GBV, we need to lay bare and tackle the root causes of gender inequality, but also our lack of progress. And it is therefore that we, the Netherlands, is working together with the Ugandan Parliament to put the spotlight on GBV and to demonstrate our combined commitment in the fight against GBV. And we owe it to the hundreds of thousands of women, girls and marginalized groups out there to act, to support, to protect and to empower them.
My name is Brenda Kia and I'm Uganda's first elected member to the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. We work with different civil society organizations, UN agencies, member states to ensure that the legislation and policies that speak to promoting women's rights and speak to ensuring that women get the justice that they need are strongly implemented and strongly enforced so that women are confident enough, women and girls whose rights have been abused are confident enough to go to the justice system to seek the accountability that they need, but also to get the justice that they so desire and a remedy for the harm that they face. When impacts of climate change like flooding, landslides, or drought happen, what usually results? Property is destroyed, houses are destroyed, and then people are forced to migrate or are forcefully displaced from the home that they know and put into IDP camps. In terms of aspects of climate change, I'm hoping that now that we have this fund and now countries are being more aware and women are really strongly at the front line leading climate justice, I'm hoping that member states are able to, one, reform or develop legislation that speak to climate action that addresses women and girls and the impacts that they face as a result of climate change. Two, that financing goes to specifically help women and girls build their resilience and adapt much better to the impacts of climate change.
On the Spotlight Initiative, we work in 3 districts. We are in Tororo, Amudat, and Kitgum. Yeah, and we work with the networks, our networks in those districts. So it's about mobilization of networks right from the sub-county level to the district level and building capacity of those women to understand what are the policies that relate to violence against women, what are the laws that relate to violence against women, and what are the issues. And those issues, the women actually are now the ones who identify. Since we started in 2019, we have brought together the women. The women were already organized in some form of structures, but bringing those structures together to the extent that in all the districts that we work in, we have women in sub-county networks and also the district network has been formed. So they have a coordination mechanism where they share the different issues, advocacy issues, and they work together right from the sub-county level to the district level. We have also seen change because now these women understand the policies, the laws, the structures that they're supposed to engage with, the issues, the different issues that are affecting them in terms of violence against women. 16 days of activism for us in the women's movement is that time when we amplify whatever we have been doing in terms of raising voices on the demand for more to be done in terms of ending violence against women. That means prevention, that means responding to ending violence against women, and a call to everyone, to all the actors, to take part in these processes, because a violent community is a community that cannot develop, a community where many people will not enjoy their rights. So it's a call to everyone, and that's the time that we amplify the voice. I want to see the work on violence against women and girls being taken on by everybody. It's not just a women's cause. It's not just the cause of people in positions, for example, the police. Everyone has a role to play to end violence against women. On the Spotlight Initiative, we work in 3 districts. We are in Tororo, Amudat, and Kitgum. Yeah, and we work with the networks, our networks in those districts. So it's about mobilization of networks right from the sub-county level to the district level, and building capacity of those women to understand what are the policies that relate to violence against women, what are the laws that relate to violence against women, and what are the issues. And those issues, the women actually are now the ones who identify. Since we started in 2019, we have brought together the women. The women were already organized in some form of structures, but bringing those structures together to the extent that in all the districts that we work in, we have women in sub-county networks, and also the district network has been formed. So they have a coordination mechanism where they share the different issues, advocacy issues, and they work together right from the sub-county level to the district level. We have also seen change because now these women understand the policies, the laws, the structures that they're supposed to engage with, the issues, the different issues that are affecting them in terms of violence against women. 16 days of activism for us in the women's movement is that time when we amplify whatever we have been doing in terms of raising voices on the demand for more to be done in terms of ending violence against women. That means prevention, that means responding to ending violence against women, and a call to everyone, to all the actors, to take part in these processes, because a violent community is a community that cannot develop, a community where many people will not enjoy their rights. So it's a call to everyone, and that's the time that we amplify the voice. I want to see the work on violence against women and girls being taken on by everybody. It's not just a women's cause. It's not just the cause of people in positions, for example, the police. Everyone has a role to play to end violence against women. On the Spotlight Initiative, we work in 3 districts. We are in Tororo, Amudat, and Kitgum. Yeah, and we work with the networks, our networks in those districts. So it's about mobilization of networks right from the sub-county level to the district level, and building capacity of those women to understand what are the policies that relate to violence against women? What are the laws that relate to violence against women, and what are the issues? And those issues, the women actually are now the ones who identify. Since we started in 2019, we have brought together the women. The women were already organized in some form of structures, but bringing those structures together to the extent that in all the districts that we work in, we have women in sub-county networks, and also the district network has been formed. So they have a coordination mechanism where they share the different issues, advocacy issues, and they work together right from the sub-county level to the district level. We have
Ms. Nalwega Rose. I would also like to welcome Ms. Samali Wakoli, the Head Gender, Children and Sexual Offences Department, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Please come. Ms. Samali, please come. You're welcome. Where is Miss Allen? I don't see Miss Allen, and we are given the time restrictions. We may start. Maybe she'll join us later. Good afternoon once again. We are discussing a key topic where we have to discuss the issue of access to justice. It's one thing to highlight how the section gender-based violence is going on, but another to have justice, and that is what we really need. It is not enough to simply talk about it and say this happened and the other happened, but at the end of the day, that victim has to get justice. So to enable us to discuss this, we have a panel entitled The Role of Access to Justice Program in Addressing SGBV. What should we do differently? And we'll start off with you, Ms. Nalwega Rose, addressing SGBV in the Uganda Police Force. Over to you, Rose, my namesake.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting Uganda Police Force to be part of this panel. Uganda Police Force has a constitutional mandate to protect life and property, preserve law and order, prevent and detect crime, as well as maintaining the overall security and public safety in Uganda. And by performing these duties, the Uganda Police Force has an obligation to make sure that they protect the human rights of people. SGBV is a human rights issue, as we have seen from the other discussants. So Uganda Police Force has put a lot of efforts in fighting sexual gender-based violence, putting in place a gender-responsive policing strategy, and making sure that we are being guided by the legal instruments as it was discussed by Madam Susan Okalani. We are implementing the SDG goals, we are implementing the CEDAW, and we are part of the Maputo Protocol. And so we are signatory to all those treaties, and on top of that, we have also made a commitment to implement the Kigali Declaration, which puts into place to deal with impunity of perpetrators of gender-based violence. And so we have expressed commitment by being guided by our gender policy. We have a gender policy in place which recognizes gender responsiveness, strategic policing as a way of having access to justice to the victims of sexual and gender-based violence, including both girls and boys. And in this case, the Uganda Police Force has put structures in place, structures by putting up specialized departments and training officers to deal with gender-based violence. And under the specialized departments, we have the Sexual Children Offences Department, which also deals with the cases of human trafficking, the one that I heard. We have the Child and Family Protection Department. We have the Gender Department that deals with gender issues among the police officers. Then we have the Training Department, which gives capacity building to officers on how to manage cases of GBV. We have the Forensic Directorate, which is very important in collecting and preservation of forensic evidence to make sure that evidence is not tampered with, more especially in cases of gender-based violence, proving paternity, which is actually the most common case in our cases, because most of the defiled girls come when they are pregnant. And for you to place the perpetrators at a scene of crime, you must prove paternity. So those departments are doing coordinated work to make sure that we come up with collaborative efforts to deal with the perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence. On top of that, Uganda Police Force has streamlined and trained officers, special trainings to all officers who are handling sexual and gender-based violence. We have come up with an interview room, but this one is only based at headquarters, and yet we need it across the countries. And this interview room has both audio and video recordings, which can enable a victim to testify without being physically present in a court. And then Uganda Police Force has also been supported by Justice Law and Order Sector and other stakeholders, and we improvised a temporary shelter. And this temporary shelter is a transit shelter where victims who have been rescued at night, those who have been abused by people in control, those who are, for example, defiled by parents, and they have nowhere to be. In the process of us using the multi-sectoral approach, we provide a temporary shelter, and then we coordinate other shelters to keep track of the other services that police cannot offer, like the psychosocial, like the medical. But our transit shelter has acted as a one-stop center, because in that regard we are able to coordinate other service providers very well while the victim is being protected from further harm. So we have mapped out the key stakeholders, and we have participated in different meetings, collaborative meetings, like I'm here on behalf of the Inspector General of Police, and we actively participate and communicate the challenges that we face as Uganda Police in dealing and managing cases of gender-based violence. We have recruited a sign language interpreter, only that we have one, but at least we are able to include the special need element for those who cannot talk, that at least we can also have them access to justice. We have secured increased equipment, the cars that we can respond to scenes of crimes. This one became a challenge during COVID, where people were locked up in homes, and we have to reach up to them because they were just making calls. So we have secured cars and some motorcycles. We are not yet there, but at least we are doing something to reach out to the scenes of crime and to our victims. We have entered exchange programs with different neighboring countries, whereby we have gone to study good practices. How do they do it? We have exchange programs and mentorship programs. We have been in Kenya. Of recent, we have been a team, we joined a team that went to South Africa to study how they are handling cases of gender-based violence. And from there, we learned a lot of things, the referral mechanisms, the feedback mechanisms that are really missing up in our cases, the best forensic ways of handling cases, and then the electronic systems of dealing with the cases of gender-based violence. While for us, we are still dealing with the manual case files. People are very far. Their cases are in cloud, and they are investigating online. So we are not yet there, and that is where we want to be. And then we have had a bit of challenges, which I will just highlight a bit because I will not talk about it. We have understood that gender-based violence is a human rights violation, and it comes out from the social constructions where people are socially constructed, and it means that even us police officers are socially constructed. So we need to continue that awareness raising systems that are in place to make sure that people change attitude, but there is limited awareness, not only to police, but even to the whole population as they take them to be family matters, they take them to be cases to negotiate. There is a lot of child marriage going on, and we believe because of culture. So we need to go down to the lower levels and make sure that people are sensitized. Then we have challenges of collecting forensic evidence. We have a forensic laboratory, but sometimes the kits are very expensive. Imagine one case of proving paternity can go to some millions and thousands. So, and yet we have like last year we were in 14,000. So assuming each case has a child and the budget is limited. Then we have, we are not yet to the electronic systems of managing cases, which the new director is now trying to sell to the administration to understand that we cannot keep on the manual way of dealing with the cases, and case files are lost. So we need to have cases that are preserved online. More so, we have challenges of formalizing the trafficking in persons department. There are very many cases to do with trafficking in persons, and we need a specialized department. It was approved at police level, but at ministerial level, we are not yet there. But police has tried to go ahead and approve. Then the shelters, we have only one shelter at the headquarters. We would wish to have very many shelters, temporary shelters, not the other shelters owned by NGOs, but the police shelters, because most victims come to police. Before we refer them to other shelters, we need to protect them. So also challenges of policing in emergencies should always be planned ahead in case of emergency, to always have a fallback on how we can do it as police. So as I conclude, there is a dear need to strengthen the multi-sectoral approach. I have heard people blaming police, but for me I think it's not a blame game. This is a war that every one of us has to fight. Violence starts at a family level. It starts at an individual level. It goes to family. It goes to community. By the time it comes to police, it's already messed up. And so we need to strengthen a multi-sectoral approach to make sure that every one of us plays their roles in order to deal with gender-based violence. Uganda Police Force is very committed in working towards ending impunity of violence and participating in all efforts that can protect women, children, girls, boys, and men for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Rose. Indeed, give her a clap, because there have been lots of developments. But before I let her go, I just want her to explain how they deal with the challenge of corruption. Other panelists earlier spoke about how police officers demand bribes to, in order for cases to be, filed and things like that. I haven't heard how you deal with that. If you could answer that, and then we can move on to the office of the DPP.
I'm not just defendant as just defending, but as I've told you, so far, within these 2-3 years, we have trained close to 600. And corruption is one of the topics. We have trained the officers, we have sensitized them, but above all, unethical is out of the ethical code of conduct, and we have disciplinary measures in place. Whoever takes a bribe can be charged, can go under those who have been charged, those ones who have been found in malpractices of corruption. But corruption starts with someone and ends with someone. So as we fight corruption, who are those people giving corruption to police officers? We need to look for them, and they
So the perpetrators are the ones who give the bribes, whom the police should be arresting, and it's from that angle that we were.
The arrests, by the way, we have made a lot of success with even the special court sessions. I think Madam Samali will give you some of the successes scored. We don't do it alone, we do it with the court. Corruption is not at police. It goes throughout, I would imagine it goes throughout the whole judicial system. Only that police is at the forefront, and everyone says it is police. But there are very many cases that have ended up in court and people on bail. And of course, people complain, but the cases that have come up, where people have come up to complain, we investigate, and we don't tolerate corruption, more especially in cases of gender-based violence, where the victims are very vulnerable.
Thank you very much, Rose. Let's now move on to Ms. Samali, and it's a good way to take this up, because from the police we move to the to public prosecution. So, Ms. Samali Wakoli, your topic is to redress for SGBV in the formal justice system in Uganda. Share with us the opportunities, the challenges, and recommendations from your perspective as you've been prosecuting cases of sexual and gender-based violence.
Thank you, Chair. Me being here is opportunity number one. And all of us sitting here and talking about this subject is opportunity number two. Because when we live here, we go back to our communities, or we go back to our various spaces. We are living here changed, and we are all going with a message back home. The other opportunity that we have, because this is part of activism, and we've been talking about activism, this gives us an opportunity to talk about the subject and see how well we can address it as society. The other opportunity that we have are the laws and then the policies. The laws and the policies that we have as a country that deal with the subject of gender-based violence and sexual and gender-based violence. Another opportunity is the fact that we now realize that we cannot work in silos. We now realize that we all must put our heads together and work as a team. I, as a prosecutor, I can only do so much, but I will need the police officer, I'll need the civil society, and I'll need the health to be able to offer my victim a holistic supply of services. We have developed as an office of the Director of Public Prosecutions a number of resources, and this is all thanks to the support we've been getting from UN Women and also Austria and then the Swedish Embassy. We have developed
materials, multi-sectoral handbooks that we use for our trainings of our prosecutors. We have been working closely with different government offices, and then also we are trying to ensure that even as we equip the prosecutors with skills, we also have to work with other agencies. My boss, the DPP, always says that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, she equates it to an ox plow. So an ox plow will have the bulls ahead, then there is a chain in between, and then the actual hoe and the people who are at the back who are doing the digging. So even if you have a good hoe and you have your energy, if the chain is not tied to the bulls, then that means that whatever work you're doing. So for us as our office, we are the chain. So we connect between the victims, the justice, and we are there in the middle, and we play the job of a conveyor belt. So I can't work alone. I have to work with probation officers, I have to work with CSOs, I have to work with the medical officers. We have also, since we started doing the special sessions, we have also developed special processes, and at our office we recognize that this category of cases are unique in the way they present themselves. You know, originally I would just receive a case file of defilement. A man has had sexual intercourse with a child below the age of 14. It was as simple as that. Nowadays, it's even more complicated. The man has a quarrel with his wife, he gets angry, gets a nail, which is a 6-inch, and inserts into the uterus of a 2-year-old. The cases have changed the face. They are no longer ordinary penetration. The man knows that, you see, if I have carnal knowledge with a woman and I penetrate her through the vaginal opening, they will know it is rape. So he forces the penetration to be through the anal opening. And now I go to court, and then I have to struggle with the defense lawyer and stuff like that on what amounts to carnal knowledge. So because of the way crime is changing, we also need to be very alert on how we are also responding. So we have recently just concluded a case where a head teacher sodomized about 7 children, and we got a life imprisonment. But the children that we receive who are largely victims, or who are largely victims of and witnesses in our cases, many of them are not trained experts on sexuality. So we have tools that we have adopted as an office with the support from friends and donors and jealous, and we have anatomically detailed dolls. These help the children to illustrate how the sexual act was done without them necessarily mentioning the actual words and the body parts. And when we got these dolls, I actually thought that they would help the children. But with time in court, they actually help adult witnesses more than the children. Because when you ask the mother, what happened to your daughter? She will tell you, I found when omusajja amwebaseeko. So you say, what do you mean sleeping on him? Anti nga amukozesa. What do you mean he was using her? Anti nga amufudde mukyala we. And in court, I am supposed to prove a sexual act. So many of the cases would be lost because we are unable to prove a sexual act. So these dolls, the kid or the mother or whoever is shy to talk about this subject will just get the mail and say, when I talk about the kasoro, I am referring to this. And when I'm talking about the susu, this is what I'm referring to. And it has helped us to improve on our conviction rate with support from the EU Spotlight, the Austrian Development Corporation, and then also from the joint program. We have been able to handle special sessions. We started in our first phase, second phase. Now we are doing the 5th phase. And by the 4th phase, we were at 74% on conviction rate. And we are talking about now people who are in Afande's now School of Understanding. They have gone there and they are now learning behavior.
So 74% is not a mean feat because we are talking about only sexual violence offenses as compared to other cases that we are handling. When we started, we were at 60% conviction rate, and now we have improved. So I would think that that gives us a good opportunity. And remember, we are doing the 74% in the era of COVID. So the COVID notwithstanding, we're able to work out mechanisms on how to support and ensure that the victims receive justice. So by this, it means that out of the 10 cases I prosecuted in court, 7 were convicted, which was a good work on our part. I know that I sit in an office where people hardly appreciate what I do, so we have to learn to appreciate ourselves and encourage ourselves in the Lord, like David said, because even when I talked about conviction rate, everybody kept quiet. But conviction rate means that I have kept away all the wrongdoers from the community. So it's then that I expected everybody to clap, but they did not. I have no problem.
They are clapping now. So please clap for the 74% conviction rate. Maybe they wanted the 90%, but let us celebrate.
We need to celebrate the good strides that we have made. Among the challenges that we have, the issue when we talk about sexual and gender-based violence. One, this is a category of offenses that do not happen in open doors. When panga welding people are going to the community, they will send cheats. Tonight, we are coming to this village. But you'll never find a man telling the whole community that today, you know, I am going to rape my wife. So come and be witnesses. So they are a category of offenses where I will hardly have witnesses apart from the victims themselves. They are the eyewitnesses. And I have currently legislation that tends to affect the quick prosecution of these cases. When it comes to cases of children, and those are the largest witnesses or the highest number of victims that we have, the law regarding children, if you look at Section 40 of the Trial and Indictments Act and then Section 101 of the MCA, it requires that when you have a child who is a witness, such evidence has to be corroborated. So the issue is with corroboration, and then also such a child must be tested by court in a procedure we call a viodire to find out if this child possesses sufficient intelligence to give evidence in court. And yet for adults, they come, they hold the Bible or the Quran and lie from the beginning and to the end, and nobody cares. But because it is a child, they have to assess intelligence. So then it comes down, who is assessing this intelligence? And what is the yardstick for us in determining intelligence? The laws of conducting a viodire are not clear, and each judicial officer does it their own way, and therefore it affects how evidence comes. Then also when it comes to evidence of women, when it comes to women under Section 154 of the Evidence Act, a woman's evidence can be impeached on grounds of immoral character. Yet, under subsection 1 of the same section, 154, you don't impeach the character of accused based on previous conduct. So if an accused's character cannot be impeached on previous character, why should we impeach the character of a woman based on their moral behavior? I find that law discriminatory. Then the other challenge I have is, Rose mentioned it, but it is also on awareness. Many of us do not appreciate that when we talk about GBV, we are talking about human rights. The offenses, the category of offenses that I prosecute in this category are all human rights-based offenses. When we talk about the murders as a result of a domestic violence, murder takes away the right of life. When I talk about rape, it is inhuman and degrading. So it is a human right. When I talk about defilement, it is also inhuman and degrading. When I talk about trafficking, where they take you and you are subjected to all forms of treatment, it is also inhuman and degrading. When we talk about discrimination in laws and how evidence should be, it is also a human right thing that you should not be discriminated against on the basis of gender, age, sex, and all other things. So when we talk about a human rights abuse, and yet we are looking at it from a societal basis that you see, we can negotiate this case. I also don't quite understand. We are here in this room, and we may think that many of the offenses are actually in the communities. The majority of the victims I have are educated, very educated like these who are here. The perpetrators are equally educated like those who are here. They don't want to report. They frustrate reporting. They also frustrate witnesses coming to court. And they frustrate everything about the process. And the problem is exacerbated by the fact that we don't have a witness protection law. I can't protect the vulnerable witnesses. I can't take them anywhere. There are no government-owned shelters. The shelters we've been talking about here, are owned by civil society that is limited by their budgets. So yesterday I had a victim who is a male, and I didn't have where to take him. The shelters largely accommodate only women and children. So when I have a male victim, where do I take them? To my home or where? I shouldn't take them there. So I want us to look at it this way, and then as I try to conclude, of course we have issues of culture. We are looking at issues of lacking comprehensive support services for victims. We live in a country where our criminal justice system tends to focus more on the rights and protections of the accused persons over and above the rights of victims of crime. So when we talk about bail, when we talk about the fact that the accused should not stay in custody for over 48 hours, our focus is on the accused. When it comes to bail, the focus is also on the accused. When we talk about right to a first hearing, we are talking about those who are accused. Okay, now, where does it leave the victim in this whole thing? The only lawyer I have for the victim is me. So I go to court, I represent the victim, we handle the case and conclude it. What then happens? I have cases I have prosecuted. At the end of the day, the victims suffered irreparable damage. The child was 15 years at the time of defilement. She has lost her uterus. Who compensates for such injuries? The perpetrator will be sent to prison, but this girl will live with the fact that she will never give birth. All the mothers in this room would understand the reproach that comes with not having a child. Now, what of these ones I am having that can't give birth because somebody abused them? We are talking about skills, and in skills here I talk about a whole large spectrum. I got a case where I have a medical report and the doctor filled in what are the causes of the above injuries, and the doctor filled in love. Love, yet in court I am supposed to prove a sexual act. Now, it makes me scratch my head, so we need to support the doctors such that they are able to give me good medical reports. I need, my prosecution is only as successful as the investigations are. So if the investigator has not given me good investigations, then I can't also win a case in court. And then also we need to look at changing the mindset of our judicial officers such that we can talk the same talk. And then lastly, I want us to talk about the rehabilitation of our inmates such that when they leave, they don't reoffend. On the recommendations, I'll give few. I propose, since we have here members of parliament, let's amend some of these laws that are really affecting. It's not something too difficult to ask. That is your job. So let's each one of us do what we can in our docket. let's amend the laws that are affecting prosecution, and where the laws are not there, for goodness sake, members of parliament, why don't we have a witness protection law? We will not forget about sensitizing the public. As Office of DPP, from the COVID time, we realized that even when we want response, we now need to move to prevention. So we are in the communities, teaching people our role and telling them how they can access services. We need to talk about shelters, and right now, the last panel that was here, the gentleman talked about budgets. Budgets. They budgeted and gave a full budget to judiciary. They have recruited judicial officers, and they didn't give any money to prosecution to recruit. So we have judicial officers who are seated alone, and there are no prosecutors to handle these cases. Because if you go to our upcountry station, each prosecutor is in the station alone, appearing before 4 magistrates. Each magistrate has about 40 cases and above to prosecute. So I go to court, I do the prosecutions, I come to office, I have to peruse the police files, and then also I must offer advice to the members of the public, one person like this. As we close, take care of the victims, but also take care of those who are offering the services, such that we can do this work when we are also in good health. You can't offer a service when you're not in good health. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful summary, and I hope we've taken note of her recommendations, which should end up in the communique. And the next time we are coming here, we should see how far we've gone in addressing those recommendations.
I would love that.
Especially the law, especially the shelters, among many other things. We now move on to enhancing the rights of SGBV survivors through access to justice. We have Ms. Allen Buchana, who's a Principal State Attorney from the Attorney General's Chambers, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Please weigh in and tell us how we can enhance the rights of SGBV survivors through access to justice. You're welcome, Allen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm looking at access to justice in 2 ways. One is the process of getting justice, but also is the actual access to the courts, to the law enforcement officers, and to the lawyers. Before we look at access to these courts and to the lawyers, we want to know, first of all, are these victims aware that they are actually victims? Because unless they are aware that they are victims and there's a problem, they'll not approach for help. And because of the social construct, as has already been said, and because of our culture and historical imbalances, some victims of gender-based violence think that it is actually okay. So we have to impress it upon them that it's not okay. They have a right that has been violated, and they must approach the courts, they must approach the lawyers, and they must approach the law enforcement officers for them to be helped and get justice. And as has already been said, this can only be done through awareness creation. And so we have to really invest in mindset change for our communities to know that, it is not acceptable to mete out gender-based violence on anybody. The other aspect of it is looking at the fairness of the legal systems, and in this regard, I'll look at the procedures and the laws in place, and those should facilitate the access to justice outcome. We have some laws in place. We have the Female Genital Mutilation Act, we have the Gender-Based Violence Act, but we need to go a little further to criminalize or to criminalize other acts, but also to domesticate other international instruments, regional instruments that we have acceded to, that we are party to, for these to facilitate the access to justice. A case in point is the ICGLR, for example, Pact. And we have a model law on sexual and gender-based violence under that arrangement. But we have not done much to bring that particular protocol on sexual and gender-based violence in tandem with our national laws. So it may not really, while it is there at in the regional space, it may not be very helpful when it comes to pursuing the rights of the victims. So we need to domesticate some of these regional instruments, international instruments, so that they facilitate access to justice. What I also wanted to add is what Samali has already alluded to. We have to know that access to justice is a chain. And for it to deliver results, the entire chain must really be in the flow. So if we have a loophole at investigations level, we shall not succeed at prosecution. And so the outcome at the court level is just a negative. So we must look at it as a chain and make the entire chain strong enough. At investigations level, what are we looking at as investigators? So that we take it to the prosecutors to make the case, and then the courts have a basis on which to decide. And as Samali really rightly said, and I think we're at par on many issues, if you are an investigator and you are investigating, for example, rape or a sexual offense really, and they are missing clues, the medical report is not right, the police form is missing something, someone will not even sanction the file. So there is not going to be a right enforced for this victim. So we have to make the entire system strong enough, right from investigation to prosecution and to conviction. But also we have to be mindful that conviction is not the only remedy. We also have to tell these victims that they are entitled to compensation. Securing a conviction is not in itself justice, it is part of it. We have to begin to go out and adduce evidence beyond looking at a conviction to securing other forms like compensation, like restitution and all that. So that, so that, yes, you have convicted the person, you have kept them away, you're preventing further sexual violence occurrences, but you're also helping this victim with their medical care, with the restitution, restoring them to perhaps the position they were in before that act actually happened.
Conclude, Alan.
Well, as I conclude, I want to say that we cannot talk about access to justice unless we really have the legal framework. And in this case, and like Samali said, we are going to go to request members here, those not only members of parliament, because I know that the legislative process starts from even other ministries and departments and agencies that are responsible can sponsor these legislations, pick up a few lessons we are taking from here and cause change in our legislation. Let us see how we bring in our protocols that we have acceded to, that we are party to bring them to light within our national context. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Alan, please, I don't know whether people are sleeping, but you said very key and important things here. One of them being that we must not only secure criminal convictions it will be necessary to also get compensation such that the victims can be rehabilitated and restituted, which I thought was an important point. Please let's give a round of applause. We'll now open up the floor for discussion. Please put your hands up so that I can choose those who will ask the questions and comment. And please remember that we are time constrained. If you're not picked, don't take it personal. Yes, please. I see a colleague from Uganda Police Force 1, Uganda Prisons Service. There's a gentleman in, this topic has interested the gentleman more. No, I see a gentleman in black. You, sir, please stand up so I can see you from here. You're number 3. I can't tell from here, but the grayish is number 4. Let's start with those 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The gray shirt, the gentleman in the gray shirt is number 4. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, the panelists.
Please use the mic.
Yeah, I'm using the mic. Milton Tio, Acting Director, Correctional Service, Uganda Prison Service. First of all, I want to thank my boss for being very busy and made sure that I came here. Because if you are not busy, I was not going to get this chance to learn a lot today. Thank you very much. Yeah, mine basically there are 2 things. One is just informative, such that since here all these are stakeholders in this information can help you to make decisions. 2 is just an appreciation. Yeah, as I talk now, this morning I unlocked 74,976 inmates, and I have 442 judgment debtors, and I have 299 children who are in prison with their mothers. You know what that one means. But my focus is here. Out of the 74,976 inmates, I have in custody 3,449 women in prisons. Let me come there. Out of the 3,449 inmates, I have 1,759 women prisoners on capital offenses. And most of these capital offenses cases are murder, assault, and many other things. And most of these, actually 90%, is related to SGBV, what we're talking about now. Murders, what all is related to what we're discussing today. So what does this one mean? It means that we have to do much more than this. Appreciation. I want to appreciate Uganda Police Force, the DPP's office, and all the stakeholders, especially the development partners. Just last quarter alone, what the representative from DPP had mentioned, they had a special session for these cases. And in that session, just last quarter, actually first quarter, 407 cases were handled. Because with these cases, if you don't make it fast, I think doctors here, they will testify to that. First of all, the girl child.
I'm requesting you to be brief because there are other people waiting, okay, and we are running out of time.
Yes, thank you. Why I'm appreciating that, I'm a dad of two daughters. Because if you don't do that, a child who has been defiled, if time elapses, will not come to testify. So I just want to bring that. Otherwise, that is information for us here, as decision makers, and we should know that this issue is much bigger than what we see. The cases I have on this, there are so many. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you very much. Let's move on to number 2.
Thank you so much. I greet you all. I'm by the names of Nkwangu Robert. I'm the Executive Director of UNAD, Uganda National Association of the Deaf People. I want to first take this opportunity to appreciate the organizers for inviting us here and also for providing us with the sign language interpreters. I want also to question the panelists. All the panelists I've had, I didn't hear anyone speak about their experiences under the persons with disabilities, what they have interfaced with them, and whether they have tried to pattern with them to see how they are facing issues of GBV. Because we have different types of disabilities, but under those types of disabilities, you find that most of them are having these issues of GBV. You have talked about the cases which are being reported at the police stations. For example, most of the time the cases which are presented there, let's say persons who are deaf-blind, they are the ones who have faced these cases. They cannot even understand what's being written or how to write it because they are deaf-blind. And also they cannot identify these persons who have raped them. So, like if we had things to which we could easily, let's say, tell them, for instance, if someone is raping you, you bite this person, that scar, we can use that scar as some kind of evidence in court. However, looking at the court sessions which proceed, most of the time you find that we have victims who are going to court, but they don't have interpreters. And these interpreters, if we are in the court there, they normally tell us, you provide yourself with an interpreter. But at whose cost? Because this is a citizen of a country who is vulnerable. So we think it's very important for the court to support these interpreters, the guides, the persons who will avail the services while in court, because we have been challenged that even when we have these GBV issues, we can't express them in court. So I would love to put it across to you. What do we have to do to see that we have these cases being resolved? Because it is alarming. Many of the persons out there, when they go to police, to court sessions, they complain, but they don't get the support because they are challenged somewhere. So I think it is a high time for us to prioritize persons with disabilities who are suffering out there under the issues of GBV. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Number 3. If number 3 has changed their mind, let's have number 4.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name's Dr. Njivua Sylvester. I'm a consultant pathologist with specialization in forensics. Now, a few key things. One, to protect society against SGBV, it is important that the perpetrators must be put away. And we health workers play a very vital role in providing evidence to the prosecutor to put these perpetrators away. But we have challenges in collecting this forensic evidence. In Uganda, for instance, we have health workers who are very poorly trained or who are not even trained at all. We have clinical officers, we have midwives who are supposed to fill in these police forms. But if you go to their basic training, absolutely zero, nothing in their syllabus. So it is a disaster if you see the forms filled by them. 2, there is no coordination in the Ministry of Health on collecting forensic evidence? Who supports health workers when they want to collect this forensic evidence? Those are big challenges. 3, and this is real, people take money to fill these police forms. People pick money from these victims, and whether we like it or not, this has been happening. I'll give you an example. I have a clinic in Mulago where I offer the services for free. Nobody comes to my clinic. It's only the DPP who sometimes sends a few victims there. I'm told the reason is that if the victims come, they don't pay me anything, I'll not give back something to the investigating officer who sent them to me. So we have this, but importantly, we lack checks and balances in the collection of forensic evidence. There are no checks and balances. What happened in Kabale 1 year ago? What happened in Gulu 1 year ago? Are we reviewing what has been happening? I think that is it. And then, health workers fear court. Tell them you go and testify in a court of law. It's like you are sending them to the prison. So my recommendation is this, that we must support and strengthen medical evidence collection. Otherwise, the mess will still continue. Amen.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Any other hands? Just the 2, 1 and 2.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Negade Kennedy. Today, for the past 15 days, we've been talking about sexual and gender-based violence. So it was an activism period. But we are only talking about women and girls. But when we listen to the issue, the offenders are boys, are men, and the boy child is not talked about. Most of us here are parents. So what have we done for the boys to train them? If you train your kid right from childhood that they don't beat a woman, this is how they treat a woman, we shall not have those issues when people grow up. My recommendation is, as you're setting up laws to fix the issue, that's medicine. But then upbringing is a vaccine. Let us all be responsible at home to our children just right from childhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final one, it was on this side, number 5. It was on this side. I don't see the lady. Yes. I can't see. Please stand up if you wish to speak. The lady. Let's have a lady. We've not had any lady so far. Please stand up. Yes, please do.
My name is Amnaka Zuruth, and my heart is bleeding. I am here by force. In other words, I should have been somewhere slaying with my girlfriends. But why am I here? I'm here because of a certain reason that has not been yet addressed. We've had so many members who have come and they have talked a lot, but the root has not been brought out or has not been touched at all. Personally, I'm a victim of this that I'm going to talk about. 99% of women who are in positions and who are employed, we are suffering this issue. We are facing sexual and gender-based violence at workplaces. But I've not had this being aired out at all since morning that I came. You should pardon my English or my Luganda, and I may not conclude because I have a lot that I feel like I should speak out, but time is not on my side. The women that are in workplaces or that are in positions They are the roots who are going to secure the free space for everyone, for all the kids, for any other person, even in the companies. If you need a successful company, what is the strategy? People put women in the leadership position to ensure the success of the company. But these women who are in those positions, we are the women who are suffering this sexual and gender-based violence. But it has not been addressed here. As women in, let me say, I saw Chiba's post here. She was talking about women are supposed to be given something like a position if they have the skills, are supposed to be given the position in different workplaces to empower them so that they empower other women. And women are suffering in marriages because they have no financial assistance, or they cannot stand financially. And that's why they stand all that violence. And if we are going to work up and secure a free space for every female in this world, the first step it has to be, these women have to be stable financially. But the women who are supposed to be stable financially are the women who are going to be the voice of the children, of the other people, of the disabled. But we are the women who are suffering in every office. Let me say, like, all majority of the women who are here, they have come across that, but everyone is keeping quiet. Why? Why don't we talk about it? I have seen this and I've been a victim, but every office that I went to look for justice, they were shutting doors for me. What is happening? If we are to treat the tree, we have to treat the roots, but we are treating the leaves, we are treating the stems, we are treating the branches. I don't know what is happening. And I humbly call up all the organs responsible, the parliament, to put something in place for these women. Because if you say to educate these women from the local places where they are, women who are working, they don't attend. They don't attend community meetings because they are busy working. And the weekend time that these women get, that is the time they have to look at their children, to wash clothes, to do things for their men. But if we are to do this, and this is the cornerstone that we have to look at, we have to look at something that we are going to do at these workplaces.
Thank you very much for pointing out.
And lastly, I should comment about something that...
briefly, please.
Yes, that Madam was talking about there. She was talking about impeaching the character of the victim. And also Mama from the Nile talked about it, that we women, one of the reasons why we face that, it is because of our dress code. I want to ask you members here, how many men that erect in Karamoja? Because those people almost wear naked, but they don't erect. So we shouldn't put this. Yes, men don't erect there. And if you go there, these people, and you start exercising that, because I'm saying the women is breasts, I'm saying their size or what. You know they'll castrate you, and no man erects when he sees a lady. Why are they saying it's because of our dressing code that it gives the men the audacity to come out and say, I raped her because so and so she was dressed weirdly? That's all I had to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Over to you, panelists. You've heard the comments from the floor. 2 minutes each of you to give feedback, and we wind up this session.
Thank you so much for raising such issues. I have one that I think goes to me, the one of the sign language, where someone said we have not considered people with a disability. I had earlier on said that we as police force, the Department of Sexual and Children Offenses has a sign language interpreter. As of now, we have one. But right now, we have about 10 who are attending a 2 years training. And we hope after 1 year, we shall have multiplied the numbers. We understand that they have special needs that have to be considered while we are dealing with their cases, and we try to put that into consideration, and I think we are moving forward. So we have partnered with the different NGOs and organizations that deal with people of such category, and we have even handled their cases. Of recent, we have been handling cases of children who were defiled in a certain school of disability, and we are handling the cases. And I know most people are here saying that police is not doing well, but I've seen very many people here who have brought victims to us for shelter, who have brought cases, and they have even thanked us for handling their cases. The cases, these people whom our colleague in prison has said, 407 cases, they did not mushroom from the air. They started from police investigated them, and people got convictions. So I think we should appreciate that we are doing work, but we still have a lot to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rose. You've put it well. We've done something, but there's a whole lot more to do, and we should do it. Let's move on to Samali. What are your concluding thoughts on this? And as you respond to what has come out from the floor.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'll pick up from what Rose said on persons with disabilities. If they come, I mentioned earlier illustration dolls. Some of those dolls are also supposed to help people who can't talk to illustrate what exactly happened if they are not communicating. But at investigation level, we have an interpreter. But when they also come to our offices, we also get an interpreter. UN Women, we are grateful, gave us some money, and we hire interpreters as and when we need an interpreter. In court, our cases before used to get dismissed until Evelyn came in and gave me some money. That money, I am able to hire an interpreter at every court as long as I have a witness who can express themselves in sign language. You also need to know that in the communities where we come from, not everybody who has this disability gets an opportunity to go to school. My victims, most of them don't speak this English sign language you have here. My victims talk in symbols. Those symbols are only known by members in the home of the family. They don't speak this one here. This one is fancy. So it's like bringing English person to interpret somebody who is speaking vernacular. The witnesses I have speak vernacular sign language. So for those ones, what I do in court, I simply approach court and tell court that I have a victim who has a sign language issue, and I'll take the evidence of the mother first. So when I have finished taking the evidence of the mother or the caretaker, then that caretaker becomes my interpreter, because the ones I get from Nodipu and the ones that I have of police can't interpret that language. It's locally developed. It's a challenge, but it is something that we are working through it, because not everybody has been to school to speak that sign language. Also, when we are doing a cause listing of cases, fixing cases to court, persons with disabilities are the first priority. So we handle cases of children, persons with disability, and older persons. Those cases, we don't allow them to stay in the system for more than 2 years. We handle special sessions to cater. So even when we are doing these sessions, I advocated, the principal judge gave us 25% of the cases cause listed to be for this category of people. So we also, in court,
If court doesn't have, like I have said, I have funds for a sign language interpreter. We are doing some work on forensic evidence with Dr. Nzivua. I chair the National Medical Legal Working Committee, and there is a lot of work we are doing to help our doctors improve, because for them they are trained to save lives and not to be witnesses in court. So we will do something to help take away their fears. They need to know that in as much as they fear coming to court, doctor, go and tell them that we also fear their injections. So they need to know that each profession has its own bad side to it, but my fear of an injection does not stop me from going to a health facility, especially when I am sick. So if we need their services, let them put their fears aside and then come and we support somebody who is vulnerable. Lastly, Migade talked about us not talking about boys. That's not true. Even when I was advocating for shelters, I think I was very clear that we need shelters for both girls and boys. And then also Ministry of Gender has parenting guidelines. They are for you parents to teach your children on how to grow up. And then we have a program on male engagement where we are focusing specifically on how to involve men in the fight against SGBV and GBV generally. Ruth talked about sexual violence in workplaces. This is sexual harassment. And I said it earlier that people who are seated in this room are the worst perpetrators and they are the worst victims. They don't want to come and report. And if they report, then I become an enemy of progress when I take the cases to court. And when I take the case to court, the same victim will come and tell you, me, I am not interested. I am withdrawing the case. So they make me to mourn more than the bereaved. So what we are talking about here is that when we talk about sexual harassment, come out and speak. We are here to support.
I wanted to supplement that one, Madam.
But I will not go and smoke a victim. I'll deal with a willing victim. So come and report. Rose will investigate. I will handle that one. I promise you that I'll handle that prosecution to logical conclusion. Just come and report. And then about the victim blame, I think we are moving away from that trend of how you're dressed, what. Our police officers nowadays are very supportive. We are now moving to something we call victim-friendly services when we are doing our work, and our focus is on the victim. Because when an accused or when somebody goes to report a case of theft, the police officer will not ask them, "Why did you make an alarm when the thief came in the night?" It was a common question that used to come in cases of rape, where they will ask, "Did you make an alarm?" in trying to prove whether there was consent or no consent. Well, if you can't alarm in theft, why should it be a must that you alarm in cases of rape? So police officers no longer ask those questions of whether you made an alarm or not in cases of rape. Neither do we ask them, although we have seen advocates of defense asking such questions in cross-examination. So we hope to have more advocates from law society to join us in our training such that we avoid the victim blame throughout the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samali. Let's have Alan make her concluding thoughts on this matter.
Thank you very much. I'm taking it up from sexual violence at the workplace and in line with my topic on access to justice. The Employment Act actually prohibits acts of sexual violence. And we have sexual violence, we have sexual harassment regulations that mandate every workplace to have a sexual violence committee. And these committees are supposed to investigate and give recommendations in-house, but beyond that, they are also supposed to report these if the actual violence is a, what do I call it, is a crime, it goes into the formal justice system. So it is up to us, the workforce, to embrace the rules and the law that is in place on sexual violence in the workplace and get justice in that regard. And for those who are even in the public service, these laws are augmented by the public service standing orders. They also prohibit sexual violence, and they provide remedies for victims of sexual violence. In regard to health workers, I just wanted to agree with Dr. Onzimvua and what my fellow panelist Samali has said. And this is what I was talking about, the link. Because if the medical people are not trained, if the medical people do not know what to do, you'll never get a conviction. So that one, I just thought I would just say that I agree, but also point out that we have the law in place for sexual violence, for sexual harassment at the workplace. And sexual harassment at the workplace is both for the man and the woman. It is not specific to the woman, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. And as we conclude, Rose wants to tell you about a police app. Rose, over to you.
It's just a sexual harassment evidence collection tool. It is online. You can just Google and put in online sexual harassment evidence collection tool. We developed it together with the Office of DPP and Platform for Labor Action. It can guide you on how to collect evidence regarding sexual harassment that can help us investigating those cases. Just put it on, you can get the literature about it.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this session. Please give a round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much. We are now discharged.
Wow, wow, wow. What an interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. This has been a very interesting session, as well as very informative. We have also learned from the presentations from the various presenters that all of us face different challenges as we do our duties at work, isn't it? And many times those challenges may want to seem to make you appear as ineffective, but in actual sense, you're facing a real challenge that inhibits how much you do. I liked when Samali talked about sign language interpretation. Simple stuff like that can make a conviction very difficult. I didn't know there were versions of this. I thought, one sign language does for everyone. Now we've learned that actually sign language is in different forms. So we never take everything for granted then, okay? I would like to appreciate, the police does a lot, by the way. Police does a lot, and I'm one of those who will always appreciate the police for the work they do. Thank you so much, Dr. Rose, for steering us through that session. You did the work excellently. Thank you so much. Allow me to recognize Dr. Onzimvua over there. He came in very silently, but he's one of our critical persons, resource persons in the medical field. Dr. Onzimvua Sylvester, you're most welcome. It's good to see you. We collaborate a lot with him in terms of managing these medical aspects around, crime scenes and issues like those. So it's a good thing to see you here. I know we also have still with us honorable members of parliament, Honorable Ekudo Tom Julius, MP Gweri County in Soroti. He was here, introduced himself earlier. Honorable Koro Andrew Joseph, who is a member of parliament for Toroma County, is here with us. Toroma is in Katakwi. And then Honorable Achora Nancy Odong, woman MP Lamo. Is she still around? She moved out. Okay. Now we are moving into our next session, which is the last, which should be take at least 30 minutes. And to moderate that session, please join me in welcoming Ms. Elizabeth Rwanga, an eminent woman, board chairperson of Women's International Peace Center. She's going to be moderating the session. that is coming on now. As she comes to take her position, I know that Honorable Andrew, you had a point to make. I'll give you opportunity to do that now as the next panel takes position.
Try another one. Try this other one. Try this other one.
Thank you very much.
Violence can come.
Opportunity. My name is Koluo Joseph Andrew. I am a member of parliament representing the people of Toroma County, Katakwi district in eastern Uganda, where the vice president comes from. First of all, I want to thank the Human Rights Commission for arranging this kind of a wonderful symposium on a sexual and gender-based violence. Thank you very much. I want also to thank the partners and all the participants, because what we are sharing here is really a very big problem affecting our country. I want, first of all, to start by responding to the plea of one of the presenters, that is from the DPP, about the plight to amend the laws. For sure, the parliament, it is doing its work to make laws and policies, to do oversight work, and also to appropriate resources to enable different agencies implement what they are supposed to do. It is true that Parliament is working, but when it comes to the government, you will find that the government is silent in forwarding these bills. That is why you find members coming up with the private members' bill, and again they face one challenge. They will now, members face the problem of the implication of financial implications, which they are denied, and there is nothing you can do. So the request is, let the responsible ministers, let them bring bills to the House, and members are really very ready to support these bills. For example, right now, we have the Witness Protection Bill and the Human Rights Defenders Bill, which is spearheaded by Honorable Aogon Cyrus, the MP for Kumi Municipality. We are working on it, and I'm sure anytime everything will be okay. Now, I'm a member of the Human Rights Committee. For us now, since we are aware that these things have to be done, we as a committee, we are going to ensure that these bills are brought on board. Now, let me take this opportunity to make some statements. First of all, I want to appreciate and thank Honorable Miriam Matembe for being the voice of the women in this country. Thank you very much. She raised a very pertinent point, and that point was about incest. For sure, no one was able to answer what has brought this in our country. Me, as a leader, I collect and get information from different sources, and even including from my people. The cause of incest in our country is the total degeneration of our culture. We have totally failed to respect our culture. For example, where I come from, I'm a Muteso or an Etesot. Some time back, when I was still young, you find elders coming up together with their children in a family. They sit together and advise these children what they should not do and what they should do when they are together. But totally this is now gone. Everyone is doing his or her own on an individual basis, which is a very big problem. Now, I want to take a very good example. In Iteso or in Karamoja, you will find that the girls and the boys, they even sleep in the same house. They sleep in the same house. But at times, if these children are educated about the issues on sex, you will find that they will not do. But in other areas, you will find that this can happen anytime. For sure, in Karamoja, there is a very young girl who came, who made us proud by even saying that in Karamoja, there is no rape. The culture of the Karamojong, since we are from the same ethnic group, sometimes you will even find that they almost dress half naked. You are not supposed to erect as a male. You are not supposed to erect, and that one prevents what? The cause of what? Rape. But as I wind up, what is happening in other parts of the country, I'm telling you, colleagues, especially in the urban centers, the dress code has totally deteriorated. The dancing style, you will find people struggling to fight for a woman who knows how to shake the bums very well, the waist. So those are the things which can cause gross domestic violence. And finally, the advent of technology, these mobile phones, the smartphones. I think it is better we educate all the people how to use these phones, because some people even don't know what they are forwarding. A woman might end up forwarding to the husband something which is not true, and the man will even suspect that it is something true, and it can cause a problem in that family. I want to thank everybody for coming up. May I wish everyone a happy Christmas and a wonderful New Year 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament. Thank you. And I hope that the Uganda Human Rights Commission can organize another symposium where we can discuss culture, because I think it is very important what the Member of Parliament was saying. Now, we are the unlucky panel, and I'm sorry for the panelists of this panel, because we come at the end and under very tight schedule. Our panel is going to discuss the role of civil society in enhancing access to services and accountability for SGBV. And as we know, CSOs, civil society organizations in Uganda, as in most of our other countries in the region, they provide services in support of national development. NGOs in this country, civil society organizations in this country are supposed to work hand in hand with government and support government service delivery. We know sometimes it works. We also know sometimes it doesn't work as well. But we know that CSOs are especially acknowledged for the work that they do in areas of human rights, in justice and equality subjects, and even more so on the subject of this symposium, sexual and gender-based violence. Now, I would like to invite the panelists to come, and we have Ms. Brenda Kugonza. We have Brenda Kugonza, who is the Executive Director and founding member of the Women Human Rights Defenders Network, Uganda. You're welcome, Brenda. We also have Elizabeth Kemigisha, who is Advocacy Manager for FIDA, Uganda. Where is Elizabeth, my namesake? And we also have Bonita Nyamwire, who is the Research Manager at policy.org. So, okay, yeah, this is okay. Sorry. Is it switched off? All right. Now, as you, of course, are aware, we have very, very little time. And I hope that you try to be as succinct as possible so that people don't walk out on us. Let's start with Brenda. Brenda, you are going to talk about the plight of victims of sexual and gender-based violence in Uganda, with a special focus on women human rights defenders. So why don't you share your experience of women rights defenders, tell us some of the issues, what has worked, and also give us some recommendations.
Thank you, moderator, and allow me to really appreciate the organizers of this very good event for inviting the Women Human Rights Defenders Network Uganda. Women human rights defenders as an issue is always forgotten, and we are glad that you have managed to ensure that we talk about this. I want to begin by saying there is no gender equality without protection for women human rights defenders. Protection of women human rights defenders is an imperative for the achievement of gender equality. I'm going to tackle this from the perspective of the problems we have seen as the women human rights defenders, that when women human rights defenders are attacked, are in danger, then the survivors of gender-based violence or sexual gender-based violence suffer and they do not receive the support they need. So therefore, we need to eliminate the barriers that women human rights defenders face when they are trying to support survivors of gender-based violence. So most of all, allow me to also appreciate the women human rights defenders here today for joining us. We really acknowledge your feminist leadership. Women human rights defenders who are here today and out there, you have done a great job to support survivors of sexual gender-based violence. On a daily basis, you are engaged in practical actions of managing GBV shelters. You have been involved in promoting laws that support survivors of sexual gender-based violence. You are trying to hold government accountable by reminding government to abide with the standards, the international standards, and the instruments that they signed, such as the CEDAW. But women human rights defenders in many contexts, women human rights defenders, Madam Moderator, are facing serious attacks, threats, and risks. And as a result, many survivors of sexual gender-based violence have not been supported, and they continue to suffer. I want to bring to your attention that the women human rights defenders here and also the women human rights defenders not here are facing both online and offline attack just because they are addressing sexual gender-based violence. Our colleagues from the prosecution side, the police, from Human Rights Commission, we know your officers have been attacked for supporting survivors of gender-based violence. And when that happens, you stop your wonderful work of supporting survivors of sexual violence. I'll tell you, because of challenging harmful practices and the deeply entrenched cultural and negative social norms, such as female genital mutilation, they have raided offices of Sinai Women's Movement in Amdat because they are keeping girls who are running away from FGM. It is because of addressing addressing the plight of sexual gender-based violence survivors that our own officers of FIDA in Moroto are no more. They were attacked by the community leaders. They were attacked because they are labeled as bad women, bad mothers. They are spoiling the girls, and they don't want the girls to get married simply because they are fighting early marriage. What happens to survivors of domestic violence, sexual violence, where FIDA that has been providing legal support is no more in Moroto? We are talking about women human rights defenders who are trying to fight SGBV through sexual reproductive health, being labeled as baby haters. And everyone does not want to associate with such organization. Some of us already know some of these organizations. I'll mention, we know the organization called Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, CEHAD. Due to their coalition to stop maternal mortality due to unsafe abortion, they are being labeled as baby killers. And so survivors who want to go to that organization for support, they can't go there because they think the communities are going to tell them, you're going to abort. This is uncultural. I want to add that gender-specific violations are used against women human rights defenders addressing SGBV to discourage us and others from denouncing acts of sexual gender-based violence. We all know what is happening to Samantha. Samantha is fighting sexual harassment. She has been attacked online and offline just because she's trying to address sexual gender-based violence. How many of us are standing with her? Sometimes she feels isolated. Samantha. Myself, I know our mentor here, Mama Miria, and all of you here, how we have been attacked as men haters, family breakers, simply because of the marriage and divorce bill, which is addressing sexual and gender-based violence. So if we are not promoting that bill to become a law, then how are we going to address SGBV? So when we talk about this, we are talking about the situation of intimidation, threats, office closure, and physical assault of us. Perpetrators have attacked us simply because we are representing survivors of sexual violence in court, simply because we are managing shelters. Uwanet shelters, Mifumi shelters in Imbarara have been raided and broken into because they are keeping girls who are running away from sexual gender-based violence or who are reporting and speaking out. We are seeing this on a daily. Just this year, Madam Moderator, the Women Human Rights Defenders Network Uganda has got what we call a system of monitoring of attacks against women human rights defenders. 69 women human rights defenders have reported to us seeking for relocation to move out of their communities simply because they are working on SGBV and they are getting attacked both by the state and non-state actors, including religious fundamentalist groups. That is how bad it is, and that means we are leaving the survivors of SGBV without support. And lastly, alongside targeting women human rights defenders with stigmatization and smear campaigns, it is very true. Civic space remains closed. the fundamental freedoms of association and speech are real. Women human rights defenders last year in Amdat who marched and went to police in Amdat district simply because 18 women and girls were raped and 7 were killed after rape, were summoned by the police for becoming a public nuisance and spreading COVID. We have seen organizations like UONET, because of freezing their accounts, they are unable to support survivors of SGBV. And what does that mean when it comes to survivors of SGBV? The environment is not safe for you and other women human rights defenders to continue addressing this vice. I would like to tell you that we know the women human rights defenders on a daily, they are facing constant difficulties of underfunding, and I think this is where we need development partners, UN agencies, to come and support women-led organizations and other organizations that are supporting SGBV. I want to conclude by saying that we talk to women human rights defenders. Women human rights defenders have told us that the state should, 1, enact the HRD protection bill that is before Parliament in order to provide safe protective mechanisms to support them to defend human rights. Women human rights defenders have told us they need development partners, they need the public, they need government to publicly speak out when they are facing stigmatization, smear campaigns, and defamation because they end up being isolated. And one of our sisters here just mentioned, a survivor goes to report a case of sexual harassment, communities are telling her, remove the case, and then we leave a defender alone. They have also told us the restrictive laws are very painful, such as the Public Order Management Act, and therefore they cannot associate. Laws that are to do with terrorism, they are attacking women human rights defenders with such laws. And also the NGO registration processes and reporting requirements are heavy for women human rights defenders, and therefore they cannot address the vice of sexual gender-based violence. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. What an environment that you have disclosed. I'm sure many of us are aware of that environment. And I think the question for this meeting, maybe when we come to plenary, and even maybe you also have some ideas, how do we deal with this environment? What is it that can be done to smoothen relationships, to make it possible for women's human rights defenders and other human rights defenders to do their work? I think that that's a real critical question. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to Elizabeth, who will be speaking to us about civil society perspective on SGBV.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this is a very dangerous time to speak, but we hope that you can stay till the end. Yeah. One of the things I thought I'd begin with is us acknowledging the indispensable contribution of civil society organizations in this country. We are doing a lot of invaluable work in many sectors right now in this country. We are seeing a lot of work that's supposed to be led by the government, in many instances being relegated to work that CSOs are doing, and that's a very dangerous place to be. It's very dangerous because we see an instance where, for example, critical public services are now left to private sector and other, and civil society to take care of. So that's a very dangerous place that we are speaking from at the moment. Secondly, I thought I'd acknowledge the role that the government has played, the different sectors and line ministries have played in addressing SGBV. We are not coming from a place of zero. And I think the panels that have spoken since morning from the police, from the judiciary, have sort of highlighted those very well on some of the progress that has been made in prosecuting SGBV. But I also want to acknowledge Samali for speaking about some of the other remedies that we usually dismiss, that if a perpetrator is not in police, we are not satisfied, and encouraging victims out there to seek for more services out of just prosecution and seeing their perpetrator being held in either prison or police for a particular period of time. Secondly, I'd like to mention that one, the key role that civil society is playing is through some of the partnerships that we have had with key agencies like the Uganda Human Rights Commission, like the EOC. We see a lot of research that has been published from these institutions being supported by civil society. We are seeing many policies and guidelines coming into play because of the role of partnerships between civil society and the government. I remember, I think it was the commissioner here earlier who spoke about the sexual harassment guideline that is online that was developed in collaboration with Platform for Labor Action. You will notice that in many times when police is speaking about some of the progress they've made, there's a lot of civil society play at hand. And I think that's important for us to acknowledge. And then secondly, some of the other initiatives that we have seen civil society play is in trying to enhance access to justice. This is an important conversation right now, especially because the National Legal Aid Bill remains in balance at the moment, right? So a lot of legal aid, if not all, is being given by civil society organizations. But of course, we cannot do this work without the police, without the judiciary, so it still goes back to the fact that we are collaborating. But this is all initiatives that have been brought on board by civil society. I know that the Legal Aid Service Providers Network brings together a number of legal aid service providers who did tremendous work during the lockdown. I remember vividly a picture I saw on Twitter of a lawyer on a bike, or not a motorbike, a bicycle, somewhere up country, trying to make way to go pick a person, actually a child who had been defiled, to make way to the police because they did not have money to facilitate a police officer. And I think this is very commendable to see that civil society is open to doing all this work to support communities. We'll also see that a lot of the work that is being done in terms of response and support to victims. When Brenda speaks about some of the attacks on the women human rights defenders, it's still the network that responds through its partners to say, do we need relocation? Do we need to do ABC? Do we need to run to court? Do we need to go to police to seek for support? And this is all SGBV support that we are seeing from civil society. We're also seeing a lot of work being done by civil society in collaboration with the media to spotlight the importance of reporting correctly and accurately on sexual-based violence. You will note with me that a lot of times when the media reports on women sexual abuse, there is usually a lot of victim blaming undertones in how stories are written. I'll give an example of Honorable Sylvia Rabogo's case. I recently Googled that story, and the first 4 stories that come up are talking about young boy Brian Isiko sent to prison for sending love messages to Honorable Sylvia, which was a very dangerous narrative to take, because what Sylvia was facing at that moment, she talked about fearing for her own life because of these messages that she was getting, because of the harassment that she was getting. And now for me, it led me to imagine if a woman of her status, like a honorable minister, could fear for her life. Now how about me, Elizabeth, who is a nobody in this country? You see, so it's a very, I thought that it's important for us to just highlight that the CSOs are doing a lot of training for media houses to report correctly, but also many times when you see stories on teenage pregnancies, I don't know if you've noticed, the story will be, I remember one that I read last week, but it was a very old story. Girl gets pregnant twice during COVID-19. This said girl, is 13 years old. So when you headline something like that, it feels like me, a 30-year-old Elizabeth, is getting pregnant consensually. So the importance of the language that the media is using is something that the CSOs are doing. And all this plays into perspectives that communities have on SGBV. From the panels in the morning, we've talked about cultural and public perspectives of SGBVs and addressing them. And I think the media plays a critical role on setting this agenda. And that is something that CSOs have been doing. But I cannot only speak about some of the work that CSOs have been doing to respond to the challenge or to this vice without talking about some of the challenges that they are facing, especially in the current system. When I say current system, I want to reference what Brenda talked about before. The shrinking civic space is something we cannot underscore in this country. For an institution like UONET not to operate for 2 years, UONET brings together more than 20 women's organizations. It was unheard of, but it was happening. UONET runs shelters, and we know we do not have government-aided shelters in this country. So that meant that all those shelters were closed. I remember what was happening to Action Aid a few years ago. So we cannot underscore what is happening when we speak about shrinking civic space. I'll also reference the work that FIDA is doing at the moment. DGF that is currently exiting from Uganda was supporting 8 of our districts out of Kampala. And all those offices at the moment have to close. And that means that so many girls are now going to face a challenge because there is a gap in an issue of access to justice. Many of the cases we usually receive on a weekly basis, the highest has been SGBV and then land disputes. So where does that leave everyone else at play? Secondly, I wanted to talk about implementation of laws, what everyone has talked about in the morning, but in specific on Police Form 3 as a critical form of evidence for sexual-based violence. At the moment, people continue to pay, and I think the lady that was speaking earlier during plenary spoke about Police Form 3. Right now, in many health centers, you'll pay between $25,000 and $30,000. And I know that many families are unable to bring in that much on a daily. Now, imagine that someone has faced violence, either it's a rape or defilement or physical assault, and they have to part with that money. I know that Frauen initiative that was showcasing today morning is helping victims of sexual violence access rape kits, which are $80,000 per kit. How many Ugandans can afford a rape kit of $80,000? That's still a challenge that we are facing in there. Somebody spoke about the witness protection law, and it's so absurd that the MP that responded to it earlier walked out. We have had these promises before, and I wish that Parliament could step up when it comes to witness protection law. When we speak about SGBV, it includes issues like trafficking, because we know victims of trafficking sometimes are trafficked for sex, sexual exploitation. And I remember in 2019 when FIDA was doing work on trafficking, one of the challenges that we were facing were witnesses either stepping away or receiving very little money and saying, me, I'm done, or saying we are not coming to court. So if we do not have a law that is able to assure witnesses and victims that you're protected and you should continue with the work that you're doing, then we are at counter purposes at the end of the day. And then there's a lot of wastage of resources, which are very meager at the moment we are doing this work. Therefore, we've done a lot of lamenting myself. What can we do? What are the gaps that continue to exist? But also, what do we hope to see? What do we hope? Too bad today, a lot of presence from Parliament that we were expecting was not here. But I think the message will get home at the end of the day. The witness protection law is on top of that, should be on top of the agenda. But also, there was a missed opportunity with the sexual offences bill. That was one of the most progressive laws that the Parliament was discussing. And to think we reduced it to a plain flight. It was very disgracing to watch that session. So that was also a missed opportunity. While the bill had a lot of beautiful clauses in there that were protecting victims, you cannot have a sexual offences bill meant to bring together clauses on sexual offense and it lacks one on consent. Because what differentiates between sexual abuse and sexual intercourse is consent. So if we have a clause that was being debated about a plain setting off and reaching wherever, it was very disgracing to see. So the sexual offences bill, I've heard that it's coming back for CSOs to make proposals. I hope that's also a place where we can do a bit of work. Then the other thing is that the specialized courts, very beautiful work that has been done so far, but there's need for more consistency of these specialized courts to work. I remember when UNFPA and Action Aid and JELOS in 2016 started this initiative, it felt like something that wouldn't work. But from the sessions that were had, it was evident that these are sessions that are able to address this problem. But up to now, for example, this year, Iganga, Luwero did not have those sessions. And the reason was money was not dispensed. Earlier on, CS Bag spoke about budgetary issues and why we should interest ourselves in budgets and taxation in this country, for us to know where does this money go. If we get certificates for having gender-responsive budgets, then what happens at dispensation of the money? So that's also something that we think is a very good recommendation for us to take up on. And then thirdly, there's a thing in communities, and it was a shame that in this very beautiful symposium, we still had people speaking about the dress code, and I'd like to deassociate myself with those comments, and I hope that many of you out there do. We cannot do this at this time. I usually tell my friends, let's continue in front. That's not a place we can go back to. We can no longer afford to victim blame, right? And that's where I come in with my last recommendation. There is need for community support for victims. While the government can do its role, the core support has to come from communities and families, because we know, for example, defilement cases is usually by a family member or a caregiver or someone that is known to the child, right? So community support, which comes from us, even civil society supporting work on movement building, on building consciousness at community level for me to support a victim. And supporting a victim doesn't mean I have to give them money. It means believing a victim when they say they have been sexually abused. Then lastly, but not in any way least, I just thought I'd mention that I agreed with the lady who spoke earlier. Our conversations since morning have basically limited sexual abuse to rape and defilement, and it was beautiful that she highlighted that there's a new, it's not really new, but a newer form that is eating up the formal and informal workers in this country, which is sexual harassment in the place of work. And I just thought I'd share a highlight that the Ministry of Gender yesterday made a very bold step. We've been working with them on the review of the employment sexual harassment regulations, and some of the key things in there, like requiring a place of work to have more than 25 employees, things like if you report and it turns out not to be true, we shall prosecute you. Some of those, the review had those removed. And yesterday, the minister inaugurated the technical working group on sexual harassment and violence in the place of work. So perhaps we are not stagnant, we're moving somewhere, but there is need for a lot, and a lot of that has to be resources. Let's put our money where our mouths are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you for, at least for me, for really giving us the size of the work that there is, and also the commitment of civil society working under very, very difficult, a very difficult environment, as mentioned by Brenda as well. And I think some of the highlights of what you've talked about is the need for awareness, so that communities can also take responsibility for providing services, but also the cost involved, the need for funding. And I think we need to begin to think of where else, because this morning it also was made very clear that financing for SGBV cannot be all from partners. We need to find who are the other people, who are the other sectors in this country that we can approach to find that funding. But we also need to look into that government budget and see how money can be secured from there. So the work with the media is extremely important in order to create the awareness that can lead to all of these other things. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry we have to rush so much, but Bonita, we come to you to talk to us about digital violence and human rights implications. That's an interesting one. So welcome, Bonita Nyamwire.
Thank you, moderator. My name once again is Nyamwire Bonita. I work for Policy. Policy is a civil society organization located here in Kampala, and we work to redesign government service delivery using a user-centered design model. We work with users of services to redesign the services that they are going to use. So our focus mainly is on online gender-based violence, a violence that has not mostly been talked about in this symposium. Just a few people have just talked about it. I am glad Brenda has kind of somehow preempted my presentation about the women human rights defenders experiencing this form of violence. So digital violence, which is named differently by different partners, stakeholders. Some call it online gender-based violence, others call it technology gender-based violence, but all come to the same thing. It is violence which is committed using ICTs. By ICTs, I mean the smartphone, I mean the computer, I mean the laptop, I mean the desktop. And this is also committed on digital platforms. The digital platforms include the meeting platforms like Zoom, like Google Meet, like Teams. They include social media platforms which are very famous, like TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, and so on and so forth. And then, and all the other digital platforms. So this kind of violence is kind of not focused on, but it is steadily and rapidly growing. So we are pushing together with other civil society organizations that this violence should actually be recognized. The violence we are seeing offline, everything that has been talked about since morning, is now coming online, you know. Online sexual harassment is happening. Women are disproportionately affected by this kind of violence. Even men are affected, but women are mostly affected. So we see online sexual violence online. We see trolling. We see hate speech. We see body shaming of women. We see all kinds of derogatory statements being said about women. We see a lot of online gendered disinformation, incorrect information being sent online about women of different categories. And women are disproportionately affected, but there are women who are again more affected than the others. For instance, women journalists or women in the media, they are very or highly affected. Women human rights defenders are highly affected. Women in politics or women politicians, they're highly affected by this kind of violence. So for instance, as policy, we have conducted a study, 4 studies now on online gender-based violence. Our first one was in 5 countries on the African continent, but I will just share some statistics for Uganda. For instance, we found that, and we did it only in Kampala, among women who use the internet, different categories, but we found that 33% of these women, that was the prevalence, they experience online gender-based violence of the different forms I have talked about. And then we also did another study on OGBV among women politicians after the 2021 general elections. So why we did that, we wanted to understand this kind of violence among women politicians, given that it was during COVID and there was a regulation from the Electoral Commission that campaigns should be done online, scientific campaigns. So given that we know that there is this kind of violence, we wanted to understand what was going on among this category of women. And we found that, first of all, not many women politicians are using online platforms. They actually also didn't, most of them didn't use them during the campaigns for fear of being harassed online. They have seen their predecessors being harassed online. They have seen women activists. I am going to use the example of Honorable Miriam Matembe being harassed, you know, online gender disinformation, you know, wrong, incorrect information being said about, yes. So they fear to use the platforms. They fear to use Twitter, Facebook, you know. They have Twitter accounts, Facebook accounts, but they are not using them compared to the male counterparts. The male are comfortably using their platforms, you know. They did a lot of online campaigning. The women did not for fear of being harassed online. So we found that, for instance, both men and women experienced online gender-based violence during that time. But for women, definitely, online sexual gender-based violence, offensive name-calling was 33%, compared to men, which was 11%. Body shaming for women was 14% compared to men, which was 8%. For men, it was mainly statements which we call satire, like exaggerated kind of statements with humor, irony. But for women, it's about body shaming, you know. You cannot represent us in the parliament because you're short, you're thin, you know, your breasts are big, you have a big chest, you know, all those statements are there. So women in politics were not using those platforms, and the same applies to women human rights defenders. So we also conducted another study recently focusing on women human rights defenders in 4 countries on the African continent. That's DRC, Cameroon, Senegal, and Uganda, and women journalists, to understand this kind of violence. So in these 2 categories, I agree with what Brenda said. They are facing a lot of online harassment because of their work, both of these categories. Because women HRDs are speaking about women empowerment, gender equality, SGBV, so they are being attacked. They are being told, your place is not talking about these things in public, posting them on these platforms. Your place is in the kitchen. Go back to the kitchen. That's where you're supposed to be. It's not written anywhere that a woman should be in the kitchen, you know. We also have rights like men to enjoy using these digital platforms, to enjoy doing our work just like our male counterparts. So the human rights defenders, they are facing a lot of online backlash. The same applies to women journalists. And then the other thing, Honorable Miriam Matembe talked about it, and said, as women human rights defenders, they are being traumatized by the work that they are doing. They still shared it. The stories they listen to, you know, from online abuse, they are also suffering online abuse. The same applies to women journalists. They are listening to these stories while reporting about them. So they face a lot of trauma from being harassed themselves, from listening the story. So actually our recommendation here is that these women human rights defenders, they need a support system for their mental health. They really need that support system, plus the women journalists. So what are we doing as policy in terms of this kind of violence? We are doing research. That is one. I've told you about the researches that we have done. Then secondly, we are doing awareness raising. Being in this symposium with my colleagues who are also there, we are doing this awareness raising. But also we do awareness raising through digital platforms. We do capacity building for women journalists. We have so far 2 projects where we are building capacity for women journalists on how, first of all, to correctly report on OGBV, such that the way they report does not re-traumatize the victims. Then we are also building their capacity on proper and correct content creation. We are building their capacity on countering OGBV and online gender disinformation. Then we also have, through the recommendations we've got from these researchers, we have created an online game which is available on our website, www.policy.org. The game is called Digital Safe Tea. So it is a game that you can play while you're taking tea, but this is a game that is aimed at equipping women and girls with knowledge and practices how to counter different online abuses. So it has 3 characters. They are in English, in Luganda, and in Swahili, so you can access it from our website. And so we also do capacity building. I've already talked about it. However, we experience also challenges while doing our work. And one of them is encouraging victims or survivors of OGBV to report. They have issues with reporting these cases, one, and this again ties back to what was being said in the morning about the police re-traumatizing the victims. And it is worse with online gender-based violence. So when they go there, they tell them, this is a small thing. This comment or this picture of a dick pic that you received, this is a small thing. Go and deal with it. It is okay, you know. But people are suffering because of this kind of violence, you know. So the police or the law enforcement re-traumatizes them, pushes them away in that way. But we also understand that the police or the law enforcement is not well trained in recording cases of that kind of violence and following them up. Then they also have constraints in terms of funding, in gathering evidence about this kind of violence. Then the other one is about social media platforms. We also find a challenge working with them, encouraging them to take down the posts when they are reported, because for each of those platforms, they are community standards, they are reporting procedures for Facebook, Twitter, and so on. But you find they are not taking down the post. So a woman reports this post, and it's not taken down simply because they are saying their algorithms do not understand, especially the local languages. So most of the posts that are not taken down are in the local language, and you know how the internet has the virality, so the post keeps on going, you know, across geographical borders. So that's another challenge that we find while working with social media platforms. And so finally, I would like to give our recommendations. So first of all, we'll add my voice to others. We were called combatants this morning, groups of women fighting gender-based violence, that let's come together and push for recognition of online gender-based violence. It is steadily growing, you know. Let's come together and push for it. Unfortunately, the people that would be speaking to and listening to these things, they are not here. The Minister of Gender is not here. The members of Parliament have left after their submissions. You know, that is very, very, very unfortunate and very draining for us who come to speak on these panels. You know, we are speaking, they invite policymakers, they don't attend. We want them to listen to these things. Where shall we find them? We have limited opportunities to go to Parliament. These are the platforms that we are using as CSOs to front our issues. So we urge those who are here representing the duty bearers, please, please tell them when they are invited, they should come, they should attend and listen to us. So we need to recognize that the rights being protected offline should also be protected online. Women's rights online are human rights. Women need to enjoy their rights to express themselves on the internet, on digital platforms, yes, just like how they express themselves in offline spaces. We need to also
Bonita,
be intentional. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. We need to be intentional about funding for awareness raising on online gender-based violence, on the legal framework. Many women that we have interviewed, they are not aware about the legal framework for online gender-based violence. Therefore, they do not know if you're reporting this case, which clause would you use, which law would you use, which policy would you use. And let's remain vigilant to the different types of behaviors and acts of violence in the digital sphere that are not addressed yet or are yet to emerge. I'll end there. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bonita, because I think that's really, it's not an old field, but it's a new field at the same time. I think realizing the severity of it and the fact that it is growing, it causes alarm, I think, to all of us. Out of what, thank you for everything you've suggested and what you're doing, but I think it's very important. I don't know whether it's the Human Rights Commission that can pick this up and organize something for these policy makers, for the decision makers who come to these meetings and don't come. Maybe you need to organize something specific for them to listen to this and hear this. The other one, Bonita, is when you're training in countering online attacks, maybe that also needs to be scaled up so that many more people in different environments, different levels, younger people, older people, that many more people begin to be assisted in dealing with this before we get overwhelmed, by that. And I think it's important to know there is a game online. You called it the Digital Safe Key?
The game is called Digital Safe T. T for Chai. Digital Safety. So we call it T because you can play it while you're taking a cup of tea.
Okay. So please look that up. Yeah, look that up. It might be also help because I think all of us are potential victims of this. Thank you very much to our panel, and now we'll open it up in plenary for no more than 3 comments. Yes. Sorry about the stress of time, but...
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Victor Chen. I'm the director for INET. We're based in Lira. We run one of the shelters. And I wanted to talk 1 or 2 issues, then I, of course, include my recommendation as well. You know, my 5-year son one day asked me and said, "Daddy, do you know that when people are kissing in the films, it means it's about to get finished?"
The what?
And in the movie, when people are kissing in the movie, it means that the movie is about to get off. And I didn't realize that, but it was surprising because it's 5 years now teaching me how things are done. So what I'm trying to say here, the biggest risk for any anti-social behaviors, delinquency, or any violent conduct, studies have shown that it's related to fatherlessness, especially when it comes to boys. So the question is, how much are we engaging men, especially the fathers? We need fathers talk to their sons. If we don't do that, I think we're missing a point. Of course, we also know that majority of young people in the age of 12 to 15 or 17 have watched probably more videos of naked, beautiful women than the kings in the 80s and 60s have done it for many, many years. So that tells you there's so much online. Of course, most of us who grew up in 90s and 80s, you could tell then you had to do a lot of work to see a boob. But nowadays, it's available online. You can easily access it. So my recommendation is, also going back a little bit to what was discussed earlier on, Honorable Matembe brought it earlier on, about the issues of trust, I think, between men and women when it comes to gender fight or gender struggle. I think, first thing first, let's address the trust issues between the urban, elite, educated, feminist actors, women leaders. The gaps between them and the women in the groups in the rural communities is quite huge. And that's why my sister from West Nile earlier on talked about it in the morning, about the issues of dress, the night dance, and all those kind of things. And probably she didn't get good reception just because there's that mismatch. People feel like when you bring your ideas of what exactly happens in the grassroots, you'll be shut up by this elite feminist activist who knows it all. So if we can address that trust issue, it would be the best opportunity. Then lastly, let us support the gender agenda beyond women's group. We ran the shelter in Lira, but we were not funded at some point just because the donor said, if we are not women-led organization, we cannot get funding. So that is the kind of discrimination that goes in. I think if UN system should focus, let us finance gender campaign or gender intervention beyond usually limited women organization. Thank you very much.
2 more. The lady behind Victor.
Thank you so much. My name is Annette, and I work with the Women's Rights Initiative in Jinja. We run a GBV shelter for women, and I would love to share what we do or what we are doing as we await for the funding, because in most cases, as they're saying, funding is not enough for everyone. We have a small bakery unit, and we bake. as an initiative for our survivors to learn, but also as an income-generating initiative to support those activities that sometimes are not funded, or if we need to probably decide to give 20,000 to a girl without first writing to shift budgets. And also we do reusable pads, also an initiative we take to the schools to teach the young girls and also to make money to support our activities. We are looking forward to also having a farm, because running a shelter requires a lot of resources, a lot of food. Sometimes survivors stay for longer than they are expected or as the policy guides, and you spend a lot of resources on one survivor that you didn't plan to. So we think that if we have these activities and if we can think of having initiatives that can make money to support survivors as we wait for funding, because today you have funding and tomorrow you don't have funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Annette. Thank you for those innovative ideas for generating funding, because funding is one of the issues we've been hearing about all day today. Final one. Yes.
I don't know whether this thing is working. Thank you very much. My name is Cameron Peter. I am up to when I was still a young man, and now I'm an old man. I am a human rights activist and defender. I am from Sebei. The Baganda called us Basebei when the colonialists came, but we are Sabine people. And the reason why I got involved in defending rights of people of all categories is because of one very strong practice known as female genital mutilation. We studied it very well, and we ended up advocating for a law in the country, which came into force in 2010. Now, I am also a peacemaker. I'm a student of conflict studies. I am from northeastern Uganda, and you know what the place looks like. There is always violence because of struggle for resources, livestock. Now, I want to make two comments. One thing is that I think we do not know the environment in which we operate. I am happy one of our doctors is here and has been reading. There is a story in the Bible, I'm a Christian, that when wicked people increase in numbers in society, transgression also rises. So it's that out of the 40+ million Ugandans, 16 million are people who have got very serious mental illness and psychological, the environment in which we are operating. This is very serious. I want to conclude by saying that we need to put in place a very serious sexual and gender-based violence platform, a very serious one. It can be a national one, which must move up to the villages. Whereas who are in the government, okay, we have also religious leaders. Then we have cultural leaders. For me, I came here as an elder of the Basebi. And then we involve the women, men, and the youth. We move from the national level up to the grassroots at the village level, taking advantage of the structures which are already there, which have been mentioned by panelists. LSC1 plus up to 4, 5. And then, sorry, Parliament, and then Cabinet, and so on. When we come out with a strategy, when we have put in place that platform to fight and manage gender-based violence, then we can have an opportunity to transform our society in Uganda qualitatively. We can say by 2040, 2035, we shall have done that. But since the doctor is here, we need to think about having mental health clinics in every sub-county so that there is periodic assessment of people's mindsets. We could be dealing with the mad people and yet we want to address very serious issues.
Thank you.
I wish you very safe journey back home in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our elder, Sebei elder. I'll now get back to our panelists for final statements in 1 minute each, but let's not lose sight of whoever is writing this report, of the very good suggestions that have come from the floor. Victor talked about the issue of trust and building bridges between the urban and the rural, and Annette has come up with very innovative ways they are trying to mobilize money so they can run the shelters. And then, of course, our elder, who is suggesting as NSGBV national platform and make it really big, that runs from the villages all the way across, and also to have a focus on mental health, because he says as the population grows, as we get more and more, the problems also multiply. We need to understand the environment in which we are working. So, Brenda, your final concluding remark in 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate the lady from Ginger that you are not alone, and this is what we talk about. In most cases, we do not appreciate that women human rights defenders are doing this work without funding. So many upcountry and here are trying to support survivors of SGBV using their own resources in terms of time and money. So thank you for bringing that out. And then I also want to emphasize my colleague out there from LIRA, that feminists have mentored men like you. So feminism is an approach, it's an alternative to patriarchy. It is trying to promote equality. So we should always appreciate and celebrate feminism or feminists. That's the reason why we have men like you here and others. We have groomed the fathers. And lastly is to encourage all of you to try and create an enabling environment for women human rights defenders in your community to continue supporting survivors of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for staying, but also for the comments. I have 3 takeaways, very short ones. One on legal frameworks. The National Legal Aid Bill needs attention right now, or even yesterday, for many vulnerable Ugandans. And this was clear from COVID-19. The Witness Protection Bill is a story that we have had many times. We need to actually prioritize it. The Sexual Offences Bill is something we need to leverage on to ensure that we are actually extending real support to victims of SGBV. Secondly, is on response. Everybody, I think the 2 people that spoke earlier spoke about GBV shelters. I don't know how many activists or NGOs have talked about shelters. We need institutionalization of shelters. When funding ends in civil society, the shelter closes, and then we are back to zero. So that shows us clearly that SGBV shelters are something that is urgent in Uganda's response to SGBV. Thirdly, institutionalization of best practices. Some of those we've talked about, the specialized courts, and these need money to run, which leads me to my last part, which is funding SGBV work. Let us fund, let's budget and fund this work because it is all important. Or maybe lastly, one of the things I spoke about before is community support. Believe victims of sexual violence. Support them, believe them, that way they are able to go forward with seeking for justice from the appropriate spaces. Thank you.
Bonita, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank everyone who has stayed behind to listen to us. We thank you very much. We appreciate you. I would like to say to our colleague from LIRA who talked about involving men and boys, we actually have one program at Policy. It's called the Digital Ambassadors Program, which is being implemented in 3 universities, in Busitema, Chambogo, and UCU, and we are training both male and females, or women, girls and boys in those universities, about digital safety and security online. So if you have anyone in those universities who is a boy or a male, you can encourage them to look out for that program and join them. They will benefit from it. Then my parting shots will be, let's come together to provide a platform to investigate, protect women targeted by online harassment, and hold those perpetrators accountable. Let's also push as civil society organizations and the state for online gender-based violence to be recognized as a form of violence among other forms of violence. And we come together and continue to raise awareness about this multifaceted problem, alerting society on risks of online violence, educating children in schools and beyond about their rights and dangers in the digital space. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you for being here and putting up with this late panel. Thank you. Thank you for the audience and the panelists. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Members, a round of applause to the team. Thank you so much, Ms. Elizabeth Luanga, for leading us through this session. Thank you, the panelists. Your namesake Elizabeth here, also Kemigisha, Brenda, and Bonita. It's been good learning from you on what the CSOs are doing and what they can be doing further. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the close of this symposium, and allow me now to invite Commissioner Jacqueline Athaire to preside over the closing session before we call it a day. In the meantime, allow me extend special appreciation to all of you for keeping it here up to now. It's not been easy. It's a Friday. Most of you must be uneasy by now. You thought we could be moving out, but we've come to the close. Thank you so much. A round of applause to everyone for yourself. And join me in thanking the Uganda Human Rights Commission for working together with UNFPA and the UN agencies for putting this together. A round of applause to the team.
Thank you very much. My role is just simple, to close this symposium on behalf of our chairperson. Good evening to you all. On behalf of the organizers of this high-level symposium, that is the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the UN family, specifically UN Women, UNEFPA, and OCHA, I would like to thank all participants for honoring our invitation and actively participating in this just concluded high-level symposium on sexual gender-based violence in Uganda. Under the theme, Sex Gender-Based Violence as a Human Rights Issue in Uganda, Achievements and Challenges. It is the Commission's prayer that we will prioritize the fight against sexual and gender-based violence, since it affects human rights and human dignity. I am glad that today we took stock of
sexual gender-based violence commitments in line with Uganda's international obligations, including CEDAW and UPR recommendations. Our prayer is that these recommendations are commitments prioritized and implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, I should hasten to add that for emphasis, that addressing violence against women and girls and even boys requires a multisectoral approach. This should be in the areas of legislation and policy framework, cooperation, communication and advocacy, evidence, research and data. I therefore implore government of Uganda to give priority to the allocation of financial resources to programs to combat gender-based violence, as well as increase national budget allocations and investments for early childhood development, and expedite the adoption of the national gender policy. It should also effectively implement existing laws and ensure effective accountability on the part of the duty bearers. Once again, I would like to thank the UN family and the Embassy of Sweden for supporting this symposium. As a commission, it gives us great joy to have strong collaboration with each of the UN family members as you champion the promotion, the protection of human rights in Uganda. I also appreciate all our panelists today and all our esteemed guests for taking time off to join us for this important symposium. We appreciate all the contributions made today, and the resolutions and recommendations from this meeting will help inform our next interventions. I thank you for listening to me, and I hereby declare this high-level symposium officially closed. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce to you one of our commissioners here, Crispin Kaheru. You can stand and wave to our people since you are around. Thank you very much. And thank you to the staff of Uganda Human Rights Commission for working so hard, especially our director, Ruth. You can also stand up and wave to the people. You've really, really worked so hard, and we appreciate that. May God bless you. Safe journey going back home. I would like to take this honor and privilege to welcome you all to this high-level symposium on sexual gender-based violence in Uganda.
I am delighted to be at this symposium on sexual and gender-based violence in Uganda, marking not only the conclusion of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, but also the commemoration of the International Human Rights Day.
GBV remains a big dent in the aspirations of our development as a country.
I would like to take this honor and privilege to welcome you. I would like to take this honor and privilege to welcome you all to this high-level symposium on sexual gender-based violence in Uganda.
I am delighted to be at this symposium on sexual and gender-based violence in Uganda, marking not only the conclusion of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, but also the commemoration of the International Human Rights Day.
GBV remains.
I would like to take this honor and privilege to welcome you all to this high-level symposium. I would like to take this honor and privilege to welcome you all to this high-level symposium on sexual gender-based violence in Uganda.
I am delighted to be at this symposium on sexual and gender-based violence in Uganda, marking not only the conclusion of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, but also the commemoration of the International Human Rights Day.
GBV remains a big dent in the aspirations of our development as a country. We've known that women and girls are the most affected.
It is time to reflect on the suffering of millions of women, including some seated here today.
Violations of women's rights, especially issues of sexual and gender-based violence, remain, and we all have a responsibility to act.
Eliminating gender-based violence requires not only a dedicated approach, but a holistic approach, a multidimensional approach, and a multi-sectoral approach.
There is growing body of rigorously tested interventions that demonstrate that violence against women and girls can be prevented. But of course, it requires commitment from all of us and self-reflection.
Allow me to thank all stakeholders across various sectors, including the justice, education, and health sectors that have worked and continues to work tirelessly to address gender-based violence cases and their impact.
Violence can come from anybody. So I think us as females in the industry, in the music industry, can use our platform with the numbers that we have to speak about violence whenever we can. So as musicians, as female artists, we can do much because we have numbers and we have funds. We can talk to them, we can make them feel comfortable. You don't have to do it on camera, you can do it in your personal time. Society does not really care much. It's a few people who really care. So do not get stuck in one place because you want to prove a point to your mother, your auntie, your families, and society, because at the end of the day, they're not dealing with a violent partner. You are the one. So please don't stay silent. Love yourself and respect yourself. Moving forward, I want, first of all, people to create more opportunities for women to work. Because if women can provide for themselves, this violence issue will go down a little bit. Because the biggest number, they can't move. They don't know where to go because this man provides, this person does this. So if you empower for yourself and your life, you take care of yourself, you can at least say, no, you cannot disrespect me, I'll go. So first things first, I call upon every organization, companies and everything, hire women. If they're qualified, hire them, empower them. Because when you empower them to actually stand for themselves and fight for themselves whenever they can or whenever they're violated. But they cannot do that if they're helpless. So please, give the women the same opportunities as you give to the men, and the world will be a better place.
Globally, there seems to be a rise in persecution, pushback in respect to women's rights defenders, feminist rights defenders. It is concerning because it is based on entrenched religious and cultural beliefs around the globe. So as a country, we have recognized the need for legislation. We passed the succession law. We've passed the laws related to participation of women in all spheres of life, and we continue to ensure that participation, collaboration with civil society is important at the core of women's rights movement. As we go into the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we recognize that there are still issues, obstacles that requires collaborative work. We have established, in collaboration with UN Women, platforms, because we know platforms are very important in bringing women together. Women from civil society, women in the government, women in parliament, to come and analyze the challenges, analyze progress made, and look at what still needs to be done. Moving forward, I think we need to deconstruct the cultural, social, religious norms and values that still subjugate women, because globally and locally, it is those values that are entrenched, that people are socialized with, that people value so much and gives power to a certain group of people that continue to give us difficulties in achieving full equality. So I hope that we will continue to create awareness, build synergies around issues around social norms and culture and religious norms.
I'm very happy and proud to be part of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Every year, within 2 weeks, partners join hand in hand, showing their commitment to counter gender-based violence around the world. For Austria, this commitment is actually enshrined in our constitution. Uganda as well, it is the same, enshrined in your own constitution in the Pearl of Africa. Since my arrival in Uganda, I've met passionate partners that fight for the right of women and girls in Uganda. And even so, I have to say, some of them were men in very senior positions. Can we say we're doing enough? No. We definitely have to say no. We have to do more. It's time to involve everybody in this fight. We have to involve the policeman that needs to show empathy to the women victim that comes and tells the story. We need to find the understanding lawyers and the understanding judge, and even the understanding prison officer that maybe has to reintegrate the perpetrators back into the society. So overall, what can we say? We need the civil society and women movement to say it is enough. This has to stop. The women around the world need to send the same messaging, not only to the population, where the perpetrators come from, as well as the victims, but also we need the speaking within the members of the judiciary, police, and jailhouse institutions. We have seen a lot of progress in the last years. We have seen today many female heads of jailhouse institutions, including the DPP, the chair of the Human Rights Commission, the chief registrar of the judiciary. We have seen the female heads of NERA and URSP, and the heads of the Uganda Leadership Tribunal, just to name a few. Is this enough? No. The clear answer, really. We need more women in senior leadership positions, and we want them not for the statistics. We want them to be deciding. We need them to have bringing the female perspectives to the table when important decisions are being done. Let us therefore celebrate our successes in these 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. But let us prepare already for the next year. We need to do more, and we need to do it together. We need to involve the women and the girls, and we need to involve the men and the boys.
Gender-based violence is the most extreme form of gender inequality, and that's why for Sweden, combating violence against women and fighting gender inequality is a top priority. Evidence shows that the existence of strong women's rights movement is a critical factor, both for the legislation ensuring the women's rights, but also for the implementation of such legislation. We also know that women's rights movement have lots of experience and deep knowledge of factors relating both to the prevention but also to the support of victims of gender-based violence. That's why Sweden is very proud to support the women's rights movement in Uganda through UN Women. But we also need to look at the prevention of gender-based violence, and that's why we also need to engage boys and men. Women's rights and gender-based violence cannot only be a women's issues. We have to target men. They are both actors of change. We have to look at the norms in our society, but we also have to see the fact that men both can be perpetrators, but men and boys can also be victims of violence. And this is why we have to have a more holistic approach to the issue. But I think time now has come to walk the talk. Words are important, but ultimately only action will change things. And it's more urgent than ever to prevent and respond to the horrific crimes that we see against women and girls in Uganda, but also globally around the world. Sweden, we are committed to continue the fight against gender-based violence and to strengthen the rights for women and children. And we hope you will join us. We can all be activists to stop the violence against women and girls. Gender-based violence is the most extreme form of gender inequality, and that's why for Sweden, combating